African business angels have deployed over 33.5 million. In making sure that we're able to achieve our goals.
Africa's story of innovation and entrepreneurship has always been one of courage, collaboration.
Since 2015, our community of African business angels have deployed over $33.5 million across the continent. And we know that they are a key driver that will truly have an impact in making sure that we're able to achieve our goals.
Africa's story of innovation and entrepreneurship has always been one of courage, collaboration, and community. At the heart of this movement stands the Africa Business Angel Network, ABAN. Between 2010 and 2013, the foundations were laid as pioneering networks in Cairo, Lagos, Accra, South Africa, and Cameroon set the stage for a new era of angel investing. These early efforts sparked one powerful idea, a unified platform for Africa's angel investors. In 2015, ABAN was officially launched in Helsinki, bringing together 6 founding networks with a shared vision to strengthen local investment and share global best practices. In 2016, ABAN's momentum was unstoppable, training new investors, launching networks across Africa, and hosting landmark summits from Lagos to Nairobi to Cape Town. A new generation of investors emerged, proving that angel investing could thrive on African soil. 2020 brought transformation. Amid a global pandemic, ABAN went digital, connecting thousands of investors across borders and launching the Africa Angel Academy to build investor capacity at scale. In 2021, ABAN and AfriLabs co-launched Catalytic Africa, a bold co-matching fund unlocking local capital for early-stage startups. By 2022, ABAN deepened its research and launched the first Angel Investment Survey report, shaping data-driven decision-making across Africa. With over $22 million capitalized across 408 startups in 37 countries, ABAN continues to bridge borders, fostering collaboration, insight, and innovation. In 2025, ABAN enters a new chapter of inclusive leadership led by its first female president, Yemi Kerry, and 50% gender representation across the board. With new thematic networks and the ABAN Congress, the mission is clear: to mobilize $80 million in early-stage investments by 2027. From a handful of pioneers to a continent-wide movement, ABAN has trained over 7,000 investors, created 10,000 plus jobs, impacted over 20,000 females, and powered innovation that uplifts millions. To date, from 6 founding angel networks, ABAN is a community of 75 plus networks on the continent and beyond. Since 2015, our community of ABAN Angels has invested $33.5 million in startups across Africa, fueling innovation, job creation, and economic growth. This success is driven by 4 key pillars: robust training programs that have empowered hundreds of new angel investors with the knowledge and tools to invest confidently; Catalytic Africa, our co-investment fund, which bridges early-stage funding gaps and amplifies local capital. The African and Diaspora Angels Investment Vehicle enables seamless cross-border investments and stronger ties between Africa and its global diaspora. Sector-focused angel networks strategically aligned to drive innovation and development in high-impact industries. Looking ahead, The ABAN Angel community is poised to invest $80 million in early-stage startups and tech-enabled SMEs across Africa. To achieve this bold vision, we're calling on more African angels to step up and commit their capital to the continent's future. Key priorities on our path forward include scaling the Catalytic Africa Co-Investment Fund and reaching our $50 million fundraising target, unlocking more matched funding for high-potential ventures. Introducing an African Angel Investor Accreditation Framework to strengthen trust, professionalism, and collaboration with our networks. Deepening our footprint across Africa, ensuring capital reaches diverse founders and ecosystems where it's needed most.
So as we look ahead, no doubt ABAN is the engine for capital participation and making sure that it brings a community of a bigger number of individuals across the continent to continue supporting this mission. I would like to take this moment to thank the team at ABAN for their commitment and dedication to this mission. We know very well that we have worked extremely hard. We have achieved great things, and there are bigger things to be achieved. Thank you. My name is Fadila Chumba, and I'm the CEO at the African Business Angel Network and fund manager at Catalytic Africa.
Ladies and gentlemen, how many of you have often felt you need to make too many calls to find the right person? Please put your hand up. How many of you have been sending emails and finally you found them right here in Lagos? They don't respond to your emails, but now they see you and say, oh, I was about to respond, it's in my drafts. And how many of you are grateful that at least you have finally been able to find that person, that organization that will now invest at least $10 million in your business? Those who are looking for the money, your hand is not going up. Put your hand up. Wonderful. We may not be able to give you $10 million today, otherwise we would be in trouble with the federal government. But we can give you the hope. We can give you something that fuels your dreams. And that is what the ABAN Congress 2025 has been about. We also said we don't want to have too many conversations. We want to strike deals. We want to leave here knowing that we have something tangible. We're standing on something. We are building the foundation. So ladies and gentlemen, with honor and respect, please do give ABAN a round of applause for pulling off one of the most difficult things to do in our era, bringing you from different parts of the continent right here to this powerful city of Lagos and ensuring that you leave not only with hope, maybe not money in your pocket per se, but knowing that you came and you met the right person. My name is Anita Erskine. It is an honor. It has been an honor. It will always be an honor to serve you. Yesterday was a very long day. A lot of us were able to finish the day feeling fulfilled, and I hope that you are one of us. But we would like to start off today, the second and the last day, with some reflections of what we heard, we learned, we got into yesterday. And these reflections will be given by the Managing Director, Warioba Ventures, Mr. Martin Warioba, who will do us the honors. Martin, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Anita. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I hope we had a great night. And welcome back to day 2 of ABAN Congress, this very historic Congress. Yesterday, what a day we had yesterday. It was a great day. And again, we can't thank enough everyone who was here to celebrate that day with us. I think my reflections from yesterday, first, this is a great milestone. ABAN has been here for 10 years. We are celebrating resilience and achievement of what we've been able to do and the progress from the past and what we want to do in the future. We had in a single decade over 5,000 angel investors, 33.5 million pooled across the continent, backing startups that are changing the landscape of how Africa should be looking like. And from angel investor, that's just not capital, that's confidence. That's the proof that Africa must fund itself. Africa should invest in Africa. Yesterday, when we were unpacking truly what it means when we talk about accelerating local capital participation, our guest of honor, former Vice President, reminded us that local capital is not just about money. And he made a lot of references to the startups that he's been tracking since 2016. And he said it's about trust and validation, because Africa investors, we know the terrain, we know the risks, we know the potential of our markets than anyone else in the world. And that was very powerful beginning of our day yesterday. Then we had inspiring stories from Mr. Mossadegh Bali, who showed us how patient, value-driven local investment can create jobs and long-term impact. So when you hear how he started with $20,000 to up to 14 hotels across multiple markets, and these are not easy markets to work with, you can understand the impact of that small investment can go very far. To my elder, Khalid Ismail, who reminded us that angel investing is not just about returns, but it must also be about purpose and mentorship. And he showed what he has been able to do over the years and every year. So these are are clear reflections of what we can do as angel investors. The panels, from my perspective, yesterday, they are very great. I think we heard from a lot of experts, a lot of experienced angels on what impact across the board, policy, regulations, creative economies, new economies and old economies, and what difference the angel investors can make. We had founders here pitching and showcasing what they are able to do. So the Affinity Bank in Ghana, I heard a lot of people talking and giving good remarks about that. And we saw others, founders, including our own portfolio company from Warioba Venture, Dawa Mkononu, was here yesterday. And to cap that day yesterday, personally, when I was looking and reflecting on the conversations here, I'm coming from Tanzania. And Tanzania, it's not big for market when it comes to investments in Africa. So a lot of things that are being talked about here reflect a lot with the work that a lot of angels in Tanzania and other markets have to do, because sometimes you are the only investment option that startup founders have. So it was very good to hear, encouraging, and I left energized thinking that we are on the right path, we should do more. Looking ahead to today, day 2, as we build up on that momentum, we will dive on what happens after angel investing. So you see today the schedule will talk more about how we scale collaboration between angels and VCs, between markets and regions, between policy and practice. Yesterday we heard policies are not a problem, execution is a problem. So how do we explore regional collaboration, cross-border investments from East Africa to West, from North Africa to the South? And as we are going on with the Congress today, I think we have shown that this Congress has shown something very powerful, the rise of angel investors who are not waiting for permission, and we can write this new investment playbook in Africa. So let's dive in, enjoy day 2. Finally, I want to thank Yemi, Fadila, ABAN board, ABAN staff, Adiola, Feva, Amimo, June, and everyone else who has worked very, very hard to put this day together. My brother, Yonula, without saying, we appreciate the work you have done behind the scene. And to our host, Anita, you can take it over. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Martin. And if I may use your words of encouragement as law, a few minutes ago, one of my colleagues from the ABAN crew was telling Martin about an experience of Nigerians going to Tanzania. And Martin said, now that we know him, from now on, any Nigerian can go to Tanzania. When you get to the airport, mention his name. So basically to encourage all of you, that those of you who have not had the best experience moving from Nigeria or moving from Lagos or Abuja to Dar es Salaam through Martin, that will change. Sorry? We know about the direct flights, bro. It's just getting in the country that is our issue. Okay? So we have you on our side for that. Thank you so much, Martin. Let's jump straight into the business of the day. We're starting off with a series of presentations over the next 30 to 40 minutes. These are VC expectations. Of course, we are going to have a conversation on supporting and following each other. We start off with 2 angel funds. Miss Kristen Wilson, Managing Director, Innovate Africa Fund. Please, where are you? Kristen, where are you? I know I saw you. Wonderful. And then in the angel fund category, we also have Miss Erinola Akinfoyua, Investment Lead Rita Fund. So these 2 individuals will start off with our angel funds, after which we then migrate to VCs. But I may as well also call our VCs Mr. Emmanuel Adigboye, Head Medica. Emmanuel, where are you? Thank you very much. You can come to the high table. We have Mr. Oboyeji as well. Mr. Oboyeji, Managing Director, Future Africa. You're also here. Ms. Dolapo Morgan, Investment Principal Ventures Platform Fund. Please do take your seat at the high table, and we start off the presentations. You can each please do well to use the podium. By all means, feel free to take the podium for your presentation. Starting off with you, Ms. Kristen Wilson, and I humbly ask, given that today we have a lot of our colleagues who are also flying out, please let us stick to our promised 6 to 7 minutes. Don't make me come and give you a piece of paper. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for having me. I didn't know I'd be kicking things off. It's heated. So I'm very happy to sort of introduce Innovate Africa Fund and our mandate. We kicked off the fund in July of 2024, right? So it's been a little bit over a year. And we launched the fund for a very particular reason. I've been angel investing since 2013, and I'm extremely passionate about that early stage investing space, that valley of death, where it's not quite sure whether or not a great idea, an interesting product, a compelling founder or compelling founding team might figure things out. But one of the things that we realized was that it was quite difficult for these early stage ventures to access institutional capital and institutional resources. And there's a little bit of a chicken and egg problem, right? So same way that for many young people, they need a little bit of work experience so that they can get their first job, but they need a job to get that work experience. So there felt like there was a little bit of a catch-22. So we launched Innovate Africa Fund with a little bit of a very focused mandate, actually, not a little bit. And it was to, as much as possible, create an opportunity for compelling founding teams who were tackling a compelling, what we call in our framework, a wicked problem, to be able to access capital regardless of who knew them or, you know, who they were. Because another thing that was kind of circling was this idea that capital was being raised by the same few people or the same networks of people, and it wasn't necessarily democratized. And so, I mean, early capital, right? And so the goal for us was to say, well, how do we create a playing field? How do we make sure that our criteria is really the quality of the team and, you know, the sort of depth of the idea? And we launched as an angel fund because, again, very early stage, right? And we wanted to make sure that we characterized the risk profile of the deals we were doing really clearly. And our strategy has really been to collaborate with angel investors, with angel investment networks, and I would actually also say people who don't quite self-identify as angel investors. So in the way that we support the ventures that we work with, we connect them with operators who serve as their mentors, who provide them with guidance, provide them with feedback, and in many cases also help to introduce them to their, you know, first few deals. And those people are very often some of the same first checks that they receive. And so what we're offering on our end is a kind of structured play that allows these operators turned advisors, turned mentors, turned investors to have a diversified portfolio while still being able to directly connect with the specific ventures that they are keen on. And essentially, early stage investors, angel investors, are really a huge part of our model. They're a huge part of the pitch that we went to market with last year. And it's actually been very interesting to see that proven as we've gone on in the last 18 months. So I'll stop here to respect the time, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Hello, hi everyone. Good morning. I'm excited to be here today. My name is Erinla Kimfewa, investment lead at Rising Tide Africa. I'm excited to introduce to you today Rita Fund 1. I don't know if there's the presentation, but no problem, I'll just go ahead. So Rita Fund 1 is a Pan-African gender lens fund that is focused on backing exceptional female founders who are building scalable and innovative tech solutions. So for us, why are we so focused in Africa, right? The Africa tech ecosystem has been showing remarkable resilience over the years. And with Partech report about, I think, 2004 reports, we can see that about $3.2 billion worth of capital was raised across 534 deals. But even in that, we see that 67% of those deals, 67% of those investments were actually by 4 countries, which is Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt, and Kenya, which is a very, very good thing because $520 million came from Nigeria, or rather the capital was funded into Nigerian startups across 103 deals. But even with these interesting numbers that we have, you see, female founders are still severely underfunded. We had $3.2 billion worth of capital that came into Africa, but female founders only made up 7% of that, which is about $159 million of that. But what Rita intends to do is to bridge that gap. So we've seen that over the years from 2024 report, we see that 60% of investors for the African market were non-African focused investors. So we are positioning ourselves as people who are ready to take the lead, especially for locally led funds like Rita. So about Rita Fund. Rita Fund is a $10 million fund focused on female angels. Focused on female startups, right? The fund is a 5-year fund. We opened August 2025, and the second close will be around April 2026. So we are calling out to angel investors, or the high-profile investors who are ready to really take the lead and ensure that our capital is homegrown, to ensure that there's context with especially raising funds for African-focused startups, so that we can partner and fund them in the long run. So much more context would be provided by the Rita Fund, and I'm here if you have any questions about the fund that we are raising. But in short, what's important for us is that we see that African innovation story is very, very strong. But to accelerate faster, we need to fund very differently. So Rita Fund is a call to action for African leadership to invest in African innovations so that we can make impact for Africa. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone. My name is Emmanuel Adeboye. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just gonna speak without the. Yeah. My name is Emmanuel. I lead the team at Madika. We are an early stage pre-seed investment program investing across the continent. Just to give you a sense of why we exist. I believe it's not news to everyone in this room that majority of who gets to raise funding, if you look at who gets to raise funding on the continent, it's usually male founders building fintech solutions, often in Lagos, Cape Town, Cairo, and Nairobi, right? And often to founders who, have significant exposure to the diaspora, whether they schooled abroad and things like that. What Madica really wants to change is that because we believe that there is a lot of opportunities across the entire continent, being built by diverse founders across various sectors, that often gets underfunded. And we believe that the biggest gap is at the pre-seed stage. Because when you look at the much earlier stages, you find a lot of diversity. But what often happens more often than not is that people go from pitch competition to pitch competition, program to program, and only a handful gets to raise significant capital, right? And by the time they get to seed, Series A onward, that's not my slide. By the time they get to that stage, it starts to look like really homogeneous, right? What we want to do, thank you, this is much better. Why Madica exists is to actually change that. So just to give you a sense of what we've done so far, or how we're structured, we invest up to 200K cash, but then we support founders, through an 18-month program post-investment, to help accelerate their journey and in a sense, de-risk the investment for future investors. And I think our positioning is very unique because we're a locally run fund, so the entire Madica team is African, but we're also a global fund because we're spun out of a much larger fund, which itself is part of a much larger group. So for context, we're spun out of Flourish Ventures, which is a part of the Omidyar Group, which is funded by Pierre Omidyar, the founder of eBay. But we've been designed specifically to be African-led because it's important to understand the local nuances, right, to be able to address the challenges that Madica aims to address. To give you a sense of what we've done till date, we've invested across 8 African countries. Majority of our investments are outside of the Big Four, so 60% of our investments are outside of the Big Four. 100% of our investments are outside of fintech. We haven't done any fintech investments till date. 60% of our portfolio have female co-founders, and 40% actually have female CEOs. And, we're looking to expand that. We want to expand into more countries. But the main point that I want to leave this group with is, I think the biggest challenge that we have as a fund is we're trying to go into spaces that are often too perceived as too risky. So our job is actually a lot harder as an investment team because to prove our thesis, we have to find investments that are commercially viable, right, and that can go on to raise follow-on funding. So we have to be very, very specific in terms of what we find in those markets that are founders that are building really good businesses that we believe we, one, have the capacity to support them to raise their follow-on rounds, but also we believe that the market overall has the funding to support them going forward. So it's a lot of balancing acts that we're trying to do at the same moment, and I think that's where angels come in, right? Angels are very helpful in then helping us to figure out, who is who in those markets and who should we actually be speaking with. They're helpful for us in doing due diligence and understanding a local context. They're also helpful to us as potential experts in terms of they know the spaces, they have networks that can also help accelerate that journey. Because in my mind, we are partners in crime, so to speak. We, again, given our positioning as global and local at the same time, we believe that we can partner hand in hand to figure out what these founders need and then being able to connect them to global funding, which often happens at a later stage. But ultimately, what we want to do is to bridge that gap between, very early stage and later stage, investment. I'll pause here because, there's a lot more to be said later on. We're actually signing an MOU with ABAN, I believe, right after this session. We've never done that before. We don't often do that, but we actually wanted to do this because of the importance of what this means to us and the ecosystem as a whole, because we believe that partnership and that collaboration is really key to catalyzing and, mobilizing local capital, but also, catalyzing, funding into the space of our own. Thank you.
Ekabo, welcome to Lagos. We're very excited to have you. My name is Inyolu Aboyeji, and I work for the Fund for Africa's Future, more popularly known as Future Africa. As the name very clearly prescribes, Future Africa is the fund for Africa's future. We are the only venture capital fund that is locally owned and family owned, and has a large majority of local capital embedded in it, but has built 3 of Africa's 9 unicorns from scratch. So we invest across the life cycle from zero, before an idea is even formed, all the way to enabling some of our startups in the next year or two get to IPO. We run 3 strategies. The first one is the fund, which is what most people know. We run a fund that is backed by both local and institutional international investors who partner with us. It's a target $50 million fund. We're about 35 million of the way to 50, with 2 very strong global backers. And we are looking to complete that before the end of the year. And that fund parlays into our second strategy, which is our Accelerate Africa program. Our Accelerate Africa program is a program to plug a big gap we see in the ecosystem, which is with companies that are under $1 million in revenue. There's over $1 billion that has been raised by VCs from across the continent. However, many of these VCs, even though they might not publicly admit it, deeply struggle with pipeline. And I think that's an opportunity for angel investors, because if you want to get paid, the best thing you can do is build with founders, great companies, and then exit at secondaries to these VCs who will desperately need pipeline over the next 2-3 years before their funds go out of life. So we basically focus on that opportunity. We work very closely with founders in a 12-week program where we help them with their storytelling, with their team, with their organizational development and execution capacity, with revenue, and then most importantly, with their global growth story. We've worked so far with about 64 companies. One of our companies from our first batch is a $10 million revenue company. This is just from 2023, backed by Sony and IFC. So by every measure, it's been an extremely successful program. The third strategy we run is something called Build. So basically, that strategy allows us to personally get involved in building what we consider critical businesses that have to exist for the ecosystem to continue to thrive. One of such businesses is Eternal. Eternal is our Delaware for Africa. We think that it is really important to have a privately run alternative to Delaware on the continent to enable investors to be able to access the right incentives, as well as companies to be able to thrive within the right kind of environment. We do this with a very, very, very strong partnership with the government of Nigeria, and we are looking to expand that partnership to other African countries that have been reaching out. And the core of it is it's a digital special economic zone, allows you to incorporate your company in, we one day will say minutes, but I think basically in less than 2 weeks at the fastest, and maybe a few months if your case is a bit more complicated. But you get a bank account, and that business you set up actually has all the benefits of a free zone company, including zero taxation, including the ability to get on expatriate visas and many other benefits, which you can find out on the website, www.itana.africa. Ultimately, you know, we're looking to partner with angel investors in a multitude of ways. There is an opportunity to get into the fund before the end of the year. It's a bit of a high ticket. You need to be talking both strategic value and at least $100,000 commitment, which is largely upfront. So that's one way to get involved with us. We have a more flexible way for investors to get involved through the Accelerate program, where you can either invest in the index fund, which is a $10 million angel list fund. Future Africa is putting up the vast majority of the capital through its fund. But then we're looking for strategic angels again to participate and work with us, particularly those who have relationships with billion-dollar African companies that want to solve big innovation problems, because we think we have a particular strength in those areas. And we're able to provide you access to also invest in the companies directly as well. And then with our build, if you are an angel investor or an operator and you know a lot about an area that could be potentially valuable, we're always welcome to receive proposals to build companies with you. Of course, very selective, but definitely that opportunity exists. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dola Paul Morgan. I'm an investment principal at Ventures Platform, leading our deal sourcing and due diligence process. So Ventures Platform is an early stage Pan-African VC fund. We invest from pre-seed to Series A stage across the continent. We have about 70 plus active portfolio companies. And this is a very timely topic because within VP, particularly as the fund scales, we're constantly asking ourselves, how do we go back to where we started from? So Ventures Platform started with different syndicates and an accelerator program. And so we had a lot of exposure to very early stage funds, very early stage startups. But now that we do, our sweet spot is the seed stage. We still want to participate in the pre-seed stage, and it's interesting that last month actually we were kind of strategizing on how do we stay close to the pre-seed deals, because ultimately beyond even just the need for these founders to get funded, even as a fund, we get better fund returns when we actually come in at the early stage with high conviction and high ownership. And so angels are really important, and I know that there are a lot of angel groups here because ultimately you almost provide the pipeline, like Ian said, for us to be able to fund some of these startups. I think I may have to work without the presentation. And so I'll just use my phone. So yeah, I wrote a few notes here, and I think ultimately angels, you write the first check, you provide the validation, and you hand over. But I think if I were to pose something to the audience, it would be, how do we increase the communication between angels and early stage funds? So as a fund, last year and a bit of this year, we spent some time speaking to a lot of Series A investors, because for an angel investor, the next stage is seed stage, right? And for us, the next stage is Series A. That's almost like next level of success. And we spent time speaking to almost all the Series A investors in Africa, really trying to understand what is it that they want at that stage, so that we can almost prepare our founders to be able to get that investment at the time of requiring a deal. And that's something that we're trying to do now within the angels. So for the angels to also understand what is it that we're looking for, which is mostly everything that everyone here knows, right? So we want high growth companies that are growing at a decent scale. We want teams that are reliable and have a track record. We want to invest in market disruptive companies. So our thesis is on market creating innovation for non-consumption, which sounds like a mouthful, but it's ultimately, how do you build in a market where previously people have not been able to either consume it due to whether it's price, whether it's due to accessibility, or whether it's due to ease. And so that's really the thesis that we have. We're looking for scalable models that can really return essentially the fund. And I think that's always something to keep in mind, because if you have a $50 million fund, what it takes to return that is a lot more significant than a $10 million fund. And so oftentimes that might be where the dialogue needs to happen to really understand what is it that we're expecting from a skill lens. And ultimately, we want to back people as early as possible and be kind of the first player in a particular space. We always say we want to back the market leader. And so we're very happy to continue the conversation. I think before this presentation, we spent some time speaking to an angel investor that had sent us some pipeline and was like, okay, what happened? Why didn't we go through? And for us, it's evidently clear that more of those dialogues need to happen so that these people can actually get funded. And while we're here, it then becomes really a success that it's beyond the angel check, but even, from the seed to the Series A stage. So, thank you.
I truly appreciate each of you sticking to time. Thank you very much for your presentations. Also, to encourage us to pick up this conversation over the coffee break, the 10-minute coffee break that is coming up. We're specifically not doing Q&A because we have to move into our next panel, which is a very big panel. So with humility, I ask that you indulge us and take up the conversations during the coffee break and, of course, during lunch. Thank you very much. A round of applause for our VCs and our angel funds. And as they descend the stage, I'll just humbly ask Marika to stay back, and I'll ask our ABAN, sorry, please just wait for your photo. Kindly just wait for your photo. We are going into an MOU signing now. This MOU will establish a framework for strategy collaboration between Marika and ABAN to strengthen the African startup ecosystem through pipeline sharing, market expertise exchange, and co-investment opportunities. This MOU will provide a framework for cooperation while recognizing the specific activities may be subject to separate written agreements. And I'm going to ask our first person who will sign, our CEO of ABAN, please, if you'd like to come to the podium, or will we sign over there? June, thank you so much. A round of applause for June, who is acting as stage hands this morning. Yes, you may sit down, that may be better. Thank you, June. Ladies and gentlemen, the first of its kind MOU is being signed between Marika and ABAN. And after that, the signatories will exchange to countersign. We'll exchange. Please make sure you sign on each of the pages. You initial on each of them. Thank you. Countersign. Three, four. And ladies and gentlemen, I do believe that we have a signed deal between the African Business Angel Network and Marika. A resounding round of applause as our signatories will stand with MOU in hand. It is signed, it is sealed, and we look forward to this wonderful collaboration between ABAN and Marika. A round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to do a quick change in the room. We humbly ask you to please exit stage right to a quick coffee and snack break, network, converse, exchange notes. Please be back 5 minutes to 11, 5 minutes to 11, allowing the team to quickly flip the room into our fishbowl style to accommodate our next panel. Please, we have to move quickly, kindly, to coffee break, allowing the team to flip the room around to accommodate our next and probably our biggest panel. Our coffee and snack break is a cool 10 minutes. Please do well to indulge us. Please do get up from your seat, kindly exit so we can move the room around very quickly. Humbly, very quickly. May I kindly ask the ABAN team, please, let's start to move the room around kindly. Thank you. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Humbly, we ask that you quickly move to coffee break, allowing the ABAN team to flip the room around to the fishbowl style to accommodate the next panel. Humbly, we ask, please go for coffee break. We will call you back in, and we need to be seated by 5 minutes to 11. 5 minutes to 11. Please take all your conversations downstairs to the coffee room. And of course, do enjoy your quick coffee and snack break. Kindly allow us to change the room around. Thank you, sir. Thank you, my dear. And then, oh, here. Thank you so much, dear. Ladies and gentlemen, please be back at 5 to 11, sorry. Please be back at 5 to 11 to start our panel. 5 to 11, please. 5 to 11, please.
Check. Check. Check.
1, 2, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please bring our delegates back into the hall? We can bring our delegates back into the hall. Thank you. One. Well, you know what I'm saying. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. May I kindly ask our wonderful helpers to bring everybody up. We're ready to go. Kindly bring everybody up. Sit anywhere you like. Just make sure you can see the panelists from where you are. Sit anywhere you like. I'm going to also ask Ms. Okorafor, if you could kindly, we'll seat your panelists now, and then do you want me to introduce them or you introduce them? Sorry? Okay. Do you want them already seated? We might as well. Yeah? Okay. Panelists, if you're on this panel, do well to, should we move? Should we go? Okay, sure. Sure.
Please, thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being on time. We start this session in 6 minutes. Please feel free. It's free seating with the exception of the inner circle. The inner circle belongs to the moderator and the panelists. It's free seating with the exception of the inner circle, which belongs to the moderator and the panelists. Please take your seats kindly. Where's our music? Please take your seats. Feel free to take your seats. Please ensure you are sitting where you have the kind of perspective you're looking for. Free seating with the exception of the inner circle, which is for the panelists. Free seating. Please go ahead and sit wherever you like with the exception of the inner circle, which belongs to our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, it's free seating with the exception of the inner circle, which belongs to the moderator and the panelists. Please take your seats. Free seating with the exception of where the moderators and panelists have been assigned. Please ensure that you are seated where you have the perspective you're looking for. Free seating with the exception of the panelists who are in the inner circle. We'll be starting this panel, which will run for 60 minutes. We're starting in 5 minutes. This is the fishbowl concept, designed to give us a very intimate feel, a very African by the fireside concept, starting in 3 minutes. Amimo, can I have the QR code on the screen, please? Team AV, can I have the QR code on the screen, please? QR code for Lagos Investment, please. QR code for Lagos Investment. Give me a thumbs up. Is this the correct one? QR code for Lagos Investment, please. Ladies and gentlemen, if your phones are near you on the screen, you will see a QR code that should take you to a series of investments that are here, ripe and ready for you in this beautiful city of Lagos. Please use this moment to scan the QR code. Lagos Investment QR code. Please use this moment ahead of the conversation to scan the QR code. This is Lagos State Sectorial Investment Opportunities and High Return Potentials available to you. Please scan it. We'll leave it on the screen for another 30 seconds and bring it back later on. If you're just joining us, please, this is free seating with the exception of the inner circle, which belongs to the panelists and the moderator. If you're just joining us, please take a seat anywhere. Choose a perspective and take a seat. This QR code you see on the screen is for the Lagos State Sectorial Investment Opportunities and High Return Potentials. That's what the QR code is for. Please take advantage of it. Okay, we are 10 minutes past the hour of 11, and ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to announce that what you've come back into this room is what we like to call the round table, yes indeed, but some may call it a fishbowl design. We like to call it a by the fireside design. The conversation that is about to happen is regional collaboration, East Africa markets, Southern Africa markets, Lusophone markets, North Africa markets, West Africa markets, Francophone markets, and diaspora-based angel networks. This conversation will happen for 60 minutes, and it will be led by Ms. Phil Okorafor, lead Abuja Angels Network. Ms. Phil, the floor now belongs to you.
All right. So thank you very much, Anita, and everyone. Good morning from us here. Over the past 10 years of ABAN, what we have witnessed is that angel networks in their scores have taken root in all across Africa. So was it 76 at the last count, 76 or 77 at the last count we're told yesterday. And so as we look forward to the new decade, what we want to see is the connectedness of all these networks, because currently they are kind of working in silos. And so that is what this conversation is all about. Collaborations, regional collaborations. And to drive this conversation, where we look to unpack the barriers, look at the opportunities, and the bold steps that we need to take to unify Africa, I have with me a powerful panel of really, really powerful people who are doers in their various networks and domains in the regions. I have Mr. Jesiah Hanosike of NABAN. Please just take a note or something.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, so I also have here Mr. Dele Badejo, the Vice Chairman of OES Energy Services Limited. All right, great to have you here. We have Rui Levi, is the President of ABAC, all the way from Cape Verde. Let's keep our hands clapping for them as we also have Dr. Solomon King of Lagos Angel Network. Yeah. We have all the way from the southeast of Nigeria, Port Harcourt to be precise, we have Mr. Uche Aniche. We also have coming all the way from Togo, Ms. Olatokunbo Ige of Togoban. Where's Anthony? Okay, to join us later, we have Anthony Adolf, who is the managing partner at Co-Prosperity Fund. Oh, yeah, he's right here. From Tanzania. And then we have Ibrahima Khalil Kaba, the founder of Guinea Business Angel Investor Network. It's good to have you. Okay, joining us later. Where's Christine? All right, so Christine Wilson is of Innovate Africa, and she'll be joining us later. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so sorry. Welcome, Christine. Hey, finally, the last and not the least, Mr. Collins Onwegbu is the chairman of Signal Alliance Technology Holding. A round of applause for our panelists. So this is the conversation we're having is regional collaboration. And my first question will go to everybody very quickly. What does regional collaboration truly mean for angel investors in Africa? And why is it critical now? Why do we need regional collaboration? So I'll take it right from Mr. Collins, and then everyone. You have a minute.
All right, me was the last. Good morning, everybody. I think this is a very good topic in the first place, but if you looked at this 10 years ago and you look at it now, the answer will probably be different. 10 years ago, organizations like ABAN just wanted to make sure that we create angel networks in Africa. And I think 10 years later, it talked about 70. I think that's 77. That's a large number. So I think that's part of the building blocks for collaboration within Africa. But whether angel networks, angel investors will collaborate is a different thing, because I think the way the collaboration will happen is that eventually that the networks across Africa will do deals, and people like in here who are doing cross-border investing at VC level will look for deals across the continents, and those deals will happen. So if I invest in Nigeria and a VC from Kenya comes and invests in the company in Nigeria, that is cross-border investing in a way, right? Because the problem with angel investing is that most times you have to invest locally. You have to see the companies you're investing in. So I've done investing across borders, by the way. I don't know how successful it's been because I don't see the person I'm investing in. It's important for me to see the company I'm investing in, see the person I'm investing in, because remember they're offering funding, you're offering access, you're offering mentoring at that early stage. So how are you going to do that across borders? It's more difficult. So cross-border investing will happen, but we need to figure out how it will really be very effective. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. I think for me, if Africa is going to fund Africa, then it's an imperative that we have strategies to ensure that we're connected in one way or the other. Whatever it is, every obstacle we see, as far as I'm concerned, is an opportunity. And I think the first opportunity is that we're even having this discussion, Indeed. Which is, and I want to say once again, thank you to our leadership in ABAN for deciding and accepting that it was time for us to have an identity. Because 70 people around the continent who don't know each other, who've never seen each other. I think there must be about 20 countries now, right, actually here represented. It's already a beginning, but we need more. And the conversation is only just starting. Every obstacle is an opportunity. So all the obstacles you have in your minds today, list them. We're going to find the solutions to them. But none of them is insurmountable if Africa must fund Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi. So my name is Anthony Adolph. I'm managing partner of Core Prosperity Fund. We focus on, we're not sector specific, we're size specific. So we focus on micro and small businesses. So we're not looking for the next unicorn really. We're looking to fund businesses that can go 3 to 5 times in 5 years. That's our goal. A little bit different maybe from other angel investors. So really what I wanted to start off by saying is that we're focusing a lot here, and it's great, on the supply side of capital. So we're educating angel investors, we're bringing together angel investors, and that's awesome, that's great. But there's also a lot of work to be done in terms of educating the demand side of capital, so the startups. We get hundreds of applications now since we started in July, and the first questions I get, can I get a grant from you? Can I get a loan from you? Startups don't know what angel investors are. And I think that's a real opportunity that we can work on to focus, to advance angel investing in Africa. Also, I'd like to actually just one quick note. I am local capital, sort of. I would like to call it repatriated capital. I've decided to move to Africa, Zanzibar, Tanzania, and start an angel investing fund. And I think that's something that we can look forward to attract angel investors to move to Africa to start angel investing funds here. That's what it is.
Yeah. So from my perspective, I think it was shared earlier on today that Africa's population is around 2.5 billion people, but we're so disjointed and disconnected. And maybe taking back to where I'm from, I come from a very small country in population. That is, every time I tell people where I'm from, Namibia is quite a big landmass, but 3 million people, right? It's probably more people in Lagos and in my whole country. So the question for me is to say, how do we then collaborate? And to me, it's very important if the startups we fund in our country are able, if they're going to scale, they need to scale outside, right? And for me, given the size of our population, sometimes I don't know, I not really always focus on getting big funds in, but to say, how do we then use the funds, the capital markets we have in country to fund our entrepreneurs and to scale? And we're struggling right now to basically get investable startups to access the current funds that are available because the limited ability to scale. So I think that's, to me, how a collaboration can occur in either two ways. Startups get funded in any country in Africa, and it's then easy for them through collaboration, for them to scale into other markets, right? Same, coming from Namibia, coming from Nigeria, wanting it to come into Namibia. And to me, that is the best way which collaborations can happen. And once you are able to access those markets, it's also easier for you, number one, obviously as an angel investor, to exit, because there will be international large investors that want to invest into this particular business that has access to all these markets across the continent.
Okay, hi everyone. Uche Aniche. I happen to wear multiple hats, both from the demand side and the supply side. On the demand side, I run Startups Out, helping to educate and enable startup ecosystem. On the supply side, I wear two hats as well. I run the Angel Network, the South-Southeast Angel Network, and I co-lead a small VC fund, small VC firm that has that's basically looking to invest in Africa's secondary cities, right? I think that this conversation it's very important today, and so I'd like to thank the leadership of ABAN for us to have this conversation. What we're discussing is already happening. And I think what needs to happen is the formalization or rather properly making it scale. From the South-Southeast Angel Network side, we've done multiple cross-border, inter-country and cross-border deals. We've partnered with Lagos Angel Network a number of times to invest in deals, right? And then in collaboration with Lagos Angel Network, we've partnered with Diaspora Angel Network. We've partnered with, I'm not sure, the Mozambique guy. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Mozambique, right? So the Mozambique guy is here, but we've done quite a number of deals. Even with Launch Africa as well, we've done a couple of deals, right? So it's already been happening. It's been happening. But I think one of the challenges that I've seen over time is a lot of it is driven by individual members of the network who obviously want the deals to be done. So they pull their people, they reach out to their people and say, we want this deal done. And their people in turn reach out to the networks and say, can we do this deal? But if we can have a framework that makes it happen more structurally, we'll be eliminating some of the challenges that we've noticed, which borders around trust, because there's the issue of trust.
There'll be time to talk about the challenges.
Okay, great.
All right, so Christine.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kristen Wilson, so I'm managing partner of the Innovate Africa Fund, but before launching the fund last year, I'm also the investment lead at Rising Tide Africa and have been working with Bold Angel Fund. To sort of directly address your question, I think that, again, just looking around the panel, I definitely belong to the younger generation, so the next generation of, doing this incredible work that's been happening for a while now. And so I think that we actually enjoy some advantages, right? So, for instance, I mean, the high school I went to represented people from 35 African countries. So my network already looks different. I'm also working in a situation where remote work is real, and COVID only accelerated this. So, to your question, the idea of cross, regional collaboration is almost a given because of the way, the milieu in which my context, evolved, and then the way in which young people are navigating, access to resources, which are, fewer and fewer as the years evolve, and especially as I think geopolitics gets more complicated, right? So whatever's happening in China or in the US affects us, and so we also want to know what's happening in Kenya, what's happening in Tanzania, what's happening in Mozambique. So I think that my positionality and my experience is a little bit different. And I think also, I mean, my mom spent, 30 years at EcoBank when it was just an idea. And that built across, the continent, a Pan-African bank. And it's a model that then, inspired folks like UBA and GT to also, build Pan-African. So I think I've also just seen an example that it is possible to do incredible, profitable, and scalable work with cross-regional collaboration. So I think that's my real contribution to this, is that the work is already being done, and I think as second-generation representative here, we're already reaping the effort, the fruits of the labor.
Dr. King?
Thank you. Solomon, your errand boy since yesterday. I'm hoping you guys are having a good time. Thank you. If we must collaborate better, then we must be visible. And so as angel networks, we need to work on our visibility. Socially, globally, more angel investors need to talk about angel investing, the processes, the cons, the issues around it. Be vocal about it. And I'm really grateful for the resilience and doggedness of the ABAN leadership to make this happen. I can tell you from an insider's perspective what it took. I would encourage that this room engages with all the energy that there is in ABAN. ABAN is not just an idea. It's now a movement. And for it to be an effective movement, we all must engage at all the levels that there are. From today, for example, we should start out putting out pictures, images, conversations that we've had in this room. Because gratefully, the president in her launch for this meeting says, we've had a lot of early stage investing conversation, but not enough conversation about angel investing. And so as a people, as angel investors, one of the things we also must do is to continue to work towards the professionalization of the investing subset that is angel investing. So at Lagos Angel Network, we are even engaging with the traditional investment space. So family offices, we're talking to them, we're having meetings where we are teaching angel investing to wealth management firms. And the more we do that across Africa, then the visibility enables us to collaborate.
Why should we collaborate? Africa is 1.2 billion people. China is about the same size. Our GDP in Africa is 2.8 trillion. China is 20 trillion. America is 365 million odd people. Their GDP is 32 trillion. We have the same GDP in Africa as Canada, that is only 37 million people. So that's why we should be doing it. We're talking about funding. Global funding for startups, you're looking at about $250, $260 billion. How much of that comes to Africa? With all the running around and screaming and shouting, it's less than 10%. This money comes in and it goes out. The only standard of measuring growth that is universal is GDP. If we must grow Africa, we must increase the size of angels. We need to educate people. We can't just be this number. We have to be 1 million. 1 million people putting $1,000 every year is 1 billion. Multiply that by 2. It's more than all the money all of the angel networks have been able to obtain in the last 5 years. I'm talking of 2023 figures. If we must do it, Africa must invest in Africa. That's why. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to pick up the point of ABAN. I think ABAN is fundamental. Okay, ABAN is fundamental. And we need ABAN strong to connect us. Connection is the key word. This is the first example. I'm meeting people that we had online meetings, but we never connect. We know each other, but now we are connecting. With my friend from Guinea, we are going to do business. We are going to promote business. And I'm knowing business that are working in your countries, and we can expand to Cape Verde, for instance. So this is a way of having concrete things to implement, and it will really connect us and restrain our relationship. So ABAN, I think, will be key for this, also to develop solutions in terms of connection, information, because there's a lot of things that we are doing in our countries. And if we want to expand our business to our countries, who's best than the fellow network business angel to give me information and for me to have trust and invest in that country?
Alors, je vais devoir m'expliquer en français. Je suis Kaba Ibrahima Khalil, je suis le fondeur et le CEO de Trust SAS. Je suis aussi le commissaire général de Guinée FinTech Week et fondeur de Guinean Angel Investor Network. Alors, je suis très heureux d'être ici aujourd'hui pour cet événement. Je tenais déjà à remercier ABAN pour cette opportunité et aussi apprécier cette mise en place, ce setup qui illustre parfaitement ce pourquoi nous sommes réunis ici aujourd'hui. Parce que ce n'est pas facile que les Africains se retrouvent entre eux, s'asseoir comme ça, les yeux dans les yeux, se regarder et discuter d'un problème qui est aussi crucial et central comme l'accès au financement pour les startups et les SMI. Alors, mobiliser le capital local pour renforcer la collaboration régionale des marchés avec la diaspora dans le but de financer les startups, je pense que c'est un début de quelque chose de très très important pour l'écosystème global africain. Donc, je suis très heureux de prendre part à cet échange. Mais le constat, c'est quoi? On constate qu'il y a des disparités dans les régions en Afrique. Vous avez l'Afrique du Nord où il y a vraiment un écosystème avec des fonds institutionnels qui sont présents. On a l'émergence des fintech et des deep tech dans ce domaine. Vous avez l'Afrique de l'Ouest anglophone où il y a beaucoup plus de deal flow, où on sent des programmes d'accélération ou de l'accompagnement. Et nous avons l'Afrique francophone, que je vais dire qui est qui est le parent pauvre, où il y a moins de capital patient et aussi il y a un écosystème beaucoup plus dynamique, mais il n'y a pas d'accompagnement. Donc, que ABAN prenne le leadership pour ce travail, je pense que c'est très très intéressant et je sais que dans les échanges, on va essayer de dépulcher le sujet. Je suis vraiment heureux d'être là et merci pour cette opportunité et je pense que cette dynamique va continuer pour que nous puissions vraiment tacler ce sujet et trouver des solutions idoines. Merci.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Ibrahima Khalil Kaba. Kaba. Okay, so I'm from Guinea, Conakry, Guinea, the real Guinea. And then I'm the founder, he's the founder of 3CIS and another company, and then the founder of the Guinea Business Angels Network. First of all, he's happy that we even have the setup, because the setup allows us to look at each other face to face, eyeball to eyeball. And that's already great. And he's happy also for this opportunity to have a discussion about what's crucial for us here on this continent. How do we fund startups and and he says this is a good start. One of the things he notices, and which is important for us to think about, is the disparity in the entire ecosystem continent-wide. In the north, you have a financial system that seems to favor supporting and growing startups and SMEs, maybe. And he says, especially those who are in the fintech space. But here in West Africa, for example, the Anglophones have the inflow. I guess some Anglophones have the inflow, some don't. And the Francophones, he thinks, are the poor cousins. And he says there's no patient capital in our countries, and nobody's supporting us. And it's true. So he's happy that we've started the discussion today, and he hopes that something positive is going to come out of it. And yeah, and he said thank you. So everybody understood Messi.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. And you see collaboration just happened here just now, right? Okay, so in fragmented markets where we have language barriers, they can always be breached. That has just been demonstrated here. So I just want us to talk about challenges. You know, the question before was, what makes it imperative for us to have collaboration in the region? And now we're looking at, okay, so Uche mentioned earlier about the fact that Lagos Angel Network and Sean had collaborated on deals even outside of Nigeria. So I'd like to just ask, what are the challenges you encountered in the process, and what did you do to overcome them? So Uche, you take that, and then we'll move on from there.
Okay, thanks. So the first thing that I highlighted is the issue of trust. So to start with, these deals happen because there are individuals within the network that wants the deal done. And so typically what they would do is to pull people within their own personal network inside the network and bring them together. And then those also reach out to other individuals in the other networks and say, hey, there's this deal, are you interested? And then those ones also pull together. So a lot of time, it then means that if I don't have enough network or not in those places, I cannot initiate those deals, right? So I don't think that's the right template, for making this collaboration sustainable. There should be a framework, maybe a sort of an exchange platform that allows deals, people who have deals. I mean, it can be anywhere. It can be go to your network, push the deal, let your network admin push it to ABAN, and then ABAN helps to say there is a deal going on, who is interested in this deal, and then networks should be able to. And this is, and I think that the importance of this, we cannot overemphasize this, especially when we're talking about Africa, funding Africa, right? Now, that's on one side about the challenges. So how did we deal with that stuff? We're doing makeshift. So basically, when that happens, you create a group, you create a platform, you pull everybody in, and in fact, sometimes people who join the deals don't even know who is organizing the deal. So you can't even have conversations straight up. They are joining because of somebody who pulled them in. You can't have conversations with those people because they don't know you, right? So I think that's on one side in terms of the challenges. I also think that the other part of it is a lot of the deals have been, Nigerian origin deals, right? So we probably want to see, if this is properly formalized, we probably want to see more of other nation origin deals, okay? And that should help to solve some of the problems that our brother raised, right? If you have that type of, process in place.
All right. Okay. Do you want to add to it?
Yeah, I just want to add it to it. So I think, as was mentioned here, the issue is trust, right? And how do you bridge trust? I think it's either you build a relationship with someone, all right? I think this is what he highlighted, or there is a trusted third party that can bring the parties together that can then coordinate. And perhaps that's what a role an ABAN can play. And I think, and that will allow, startups from different countries to start getting into this. Because sometimes I've been on the other side where I've been asked to invest maybe in a startup in a country I'm not familiar with. And you ask, okay, fine, how do I, if I invest, is my money secure, and all these other things. And then perhaps that's the second part again. Can we create a platform, can be ABAN or somewhere else, which one can securely invest into, and perhaps also be able to, if there's an exit, to get your funds out, because that's now because you're not familiar with the legislative environment in the country you're investing into, all right? And there's obviously that's an issue, in particular in Africa. So how do you bridge that gap?
Okay, so I'd like to touch on a couple of things. I've heard everybody say ABAN, ABAN, ABAN. I'm sure half of us don't even know what ABAN structure looks like. And I think, as you said, we should put our money where our mouth is. We need to put our resources in ABAN. Many of us don't pay our dues. I think, let's start from there. Let's start from there, please. So all the 76 networks need to pay their dues so that we can have a functioning ABAN secretariat that can then help us to do and move mountains. I love the next generation, but we are still here. Not only are we still here, we are positioned in places they are not yet, in spite of their telephones and their everything. They still come to us. Auntie, can you speak to? Uncle, can you still do this? So I love you, but we're still here. Now, so I'm talking to those of us who are still here, that we need to get practical and be real. We cannot have an ABAN that is begging us to pay our dues. Let's first pay our dues, because that means we can have a functional secretariat that can create a database that can assure what you want, that can assure what I want, and then we can move forward. One. Secondly, because even our visibility, ABAN can assure, it can make sure it happens while we are all busy doing other things if they have a strong secretariat. Or if we have a strong secretariat, we have a strong secretariat. So that's one. Secondly, ABAN has a fund called Catalytic Africa. I mean, I don't come from a financial background, but the day they explained it to me, I thought to myself, we should all know about this. So your money can go into Catalytic Africa instead of us waiting for some donor who is coming to give us money, give us conditions, give us everything before we can spend this money or use this money for what we think Africa needs and we want. So Catalytic Africa is dying or has been in coma simply because a donor withdrew or the donor is not bringing the money. So what are we talking about? So, sir, if we are going to do the 1,000 and whatever, we already have somewhere to put it. So are we making that undertaking that every angel or it's every network is making? Because we need to get practical. I know you want to run through your questions, but if we don't talk about the elephants in the room, we are going to leave here. We would have had another good time, but the next 1 year we'll be back here talking about money. We need a time frame is my last contribution. We must set time frames. What do we want to do in 6 months, in 8 months to move the pin forward? And how do we evaluate? Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so very much, really. So one thing that has emerged to me is the fact that even within, people are functioning as individuals. Yeah. It's time for the networks to really begin to function as networks. Because within the network, if we have institutional structures that enable them come together to agree on what needs to happen, I don't see why the network should not be paying their dues to ABAN. Okay, so Mr. Collins has something to say.
Okay. I run a tech company, and we've tried to do business across Africa. But right now we're in East Africa, but we have customers in most countries in Africa. Now, I've also done a bit of investing across borders at the angel level. Now, the problem we face as angels investing across Africa is the problems larger companies face in doing business in Africa. And I think that was why is it AU set up the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. I think that some of the issues that they're trying to solve are important for us to do cross-border investing. Whether you're investing as an angel, you're investing as a fund, or like an older company like mine, whether you're investing across Africa. So I think it's important to understand that. Now, again, I think a lot of problem issues have been solved. If you think of Africa, for instance, I want to go to Kenya, okay? And sometimes flying to Kenya is more expensive than if you are in London flying to America or something. So even payment systems, you have to look at the payment systems, solving issues around taxation across borders. The office I have in Kenya, I'm trying to understand their taxation system. Also, it is now beginning to wonder. I had an angel investing in Kenya. I'm asking, when I exit, in quotes, how am I going to get my money? How much of that will eventually get to me? I think that it's important for us to understand all these issues we need to solve, because the problems we have as all the companies we're investing today as angels, they eventually become older companies like my company. And they will face adult company problems. So I think that we need to put all this in context when we're talking. If you ask me to invest as an angel across border today, the question I'll ask today is different from the question I would have asked 10 years ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, let Ibrahim go ahead.
Okay, je voulais revenir par rapport à ces cotisations. Parce que, en fait, le problème que ABAN rencontre pour mobiliser la cotisation des membres est le même problème que les clubs de business, les réseaux de business angels localement rencontrent pour mobiliser la cotisation des angels. Donc, je rejoins un peu ce que le docteur avait dit. Si, par exemple, aujourd'hui, les réseaux de business angels a beaucoup plus de visibilité, a beaucoup plus de poids, à l'échelle nationale, les gens sauront que c'est quelque chose de très important, qui est une solution pour le financement, et même au niveau politique, pour que les gens puissent prendre de l'importance et venir adhérer dans les clubs. Parce que si, à l'échelle nationale, nous, on ne parvient pas à collecter la cotisation des membres, ça va être difficile pour nous, enfin, les gérants de ces clubs, pour pouvoir payer celui de ABAN. Donc, il y a un problème de leadership de ABAN à ce niveau, en tant qu'institution, à vraiment promouvoir les clubs de réseau de business angel à l'échelle, d'abord à son niveau, communiquer au niveau des instances internationales, pour que ça puisse se répercuter à l'échelle nationale dans des pays, pour que les différents clubs qui sont là puissent avoir du poids et que les gens trouvent de l'engouement et venir. Parce qu'il y en a qui ont beaucoup d'argent dans nos pays. Ils ne savent pas où mettre l'argent. Ils vont construire dans des maisons, c'est des gardiens qui dorment dedans. Donc, c'est des financements qui sont latents, qu'on pouvait avoir investir dans les startups pour qu'ils puissent au moins avoir des financements. Et dans la plupart des pays aujourd'hui, on trouve comme dernière région la diaspora. La diaspora brasse beaucoup d'argent. Si au niveau des instances ou bien des institutions internationales, ABAN pesait de tout son poids, avait la visibilité qu'elle devrait avoir, ça peut nous donner de la force à l'échelle nationale pour pouvoir mobiliser les gens. Parce qu'ils savent qu'in fine, au sommet, ABAN aussi joue ce rôle de catalyseur pour pouvoir mobiliser les fonds.
Okay, so Ibrahim is saying that the problem that ABAN has at the international or at the macro level is the same that clubs are facing at the micro level. The fact that we're not visible, even at the national levels. Not a lot of people, especially those who make decisions and those who have the money in their pockets and under their beds, don't even know that business angels exist. And so visibility, joining what the doctor said. So he's saying that ABAN leadership has to begin to operate at an even higher level where, decision makers and so on get to know that there's something called angel investing, ABAN, and so on, so that this will have a trickle-down effect at the national level, and national groups will be able to reach out because their minister or somebody has heard that there's something called the ABAN. But if that's not happening, if you try to create a national Guinea network, nobody knows who you are. They don't understand what it's about because they can't see the link with anything outside there. It's the same thing with the diaspora. So basically his point is there is money in Africa. We just need to have a different strategy to make sure that we are visible.
All right, thank you. So I'll take...
Yeah, so I mean, it's kind of just related to the conversation that we've been having, because I wanted to pull a thread that has been being said in different ways around visibility, trust, and frameworks. Because I do think, for instance, being able to mobilize that, $1 million, $1,000 is about visibility, trust, and frameworks, right? To the point that Madam Ige made, she was referring directly to me when she said she calls me, I call her and say, Auntie, do you know? Because I do. But this is part of the problem. I do because I know her, right? And I have specific access. But the problem, actually, and this is to your point when you say you're still here, the issue with that sort of schism between what many of the younger frameworks or the next generation is doing and what you all have been building is that lack of visibility, that lack of frameworks. It's still entirely relational, right? So I know many of the people here, but it's a one-to-one relationship. It's not an institutional relationship. It's not a legible relationship. It's not a transparent relationship. And so it becomes a matter of my privilege and my access as opposed to what I have to contribute and what we can do together. And so I think for me, whether it's about young people working with old people, whether it's about Francophone people working with Anglophone people, whether it's about people who have money in their pockets, putting their money in startups, I think the sooner we abandon the esoteric, exclusive, weird prestige vibe that we have going on, the better. Because to be frank, I'm here simply because this is my auntie, that is my uncle, but it shouldn't be the case, right? It should be the case that the other people that are more brilliant than me, have more to offer than me, who don't necessarily sit in these spaces and have access to these spaces, can go on the ABAN website and understand exactly how to collaborate, how to participate, and how to contribute. So for me, that's a fundamental thing that isn't necessarily even about forcing people to take money out of their pockets, but maybe about forcing people to drop the airs a little bit, I think.
Thank you very much. So I'll take, let's hear from Rui.
Let's hear from Lusophone.
Yeah.
That is forgotten.
Are you going to speak in Portuguese?
No, I don't think anyone can translate it. But this is a problem for us. We have this challenge of the language.
Right.
And we must remember that different countries have different levels of development in terms of business angels.
Yeah.
We have some countries that doesn't even have a network. And so we are in different stages. So the big brothers like Nigeria, Ghana, Egypt have very best practice that they can show up. I know now that we are implementing the Startup Act. We are inspiring on Nigeria. Even a Nigerian person is there to help us implement, Patrick Ashwood. So he's now a part of the team that is implementing this. And what's that? I went to the website and wow, this is amazing. It has a place for business angels, for entrepreneurs. So it connects everybody. This kind of best practice. Because we need to have the legal and institutional framework to make it work, okay? The rest, we have this connection. If you want to invest in Cape Verde, or you need laws in Portuguese, ABAN, through us, can do it. We can do it. We can facilitate this. It's our purpose to do it. So I wanted to bring this up, that we need this best practice, and we need ABAN to bring this best practice, knowing at what stage each country is and how they can support us. The second thing that I want to do, we have the Catalytic Fund. It has a lot of information. Have you ever applied on it? It asks you for the accounts of 2 years. It has all the information. So if we can develop new models for investment promotion, for exit strategy, we have already some things going on. And ABAN can have this kind of service. So, and I think this will make it more attractive for new networks and to pay our fees.
All right. Before we come to you, Uche, I'll take
Thank you.
Mr. Dale.
I think we have a lot of what we need. Africa, we like searching for what we have. We have 57 different networks in Africa. 77. It's even better than what I thought.
Yeah.
If I want to go and invest in Angola, I don't need to learn all Angolan laws. I come to him. They have a network. Okay? And ABAN, Namibia, and you are Cape Verde. Okay? You are both Lusophone. Huh?
No, that's Anglophone.
Anglophone, Lusophone, and Francophone.
Yes, Francophone.
So, if I want to come to Benin, I shouldn't be learning Benin politics and this. I should come through the network in Benin.
Togo.
Your Togo, okay. Good. So, the work of ABAN is to coordinate all that. But then, you go outside. Nigeria is 24 million in Lagos. Ask people, what is ABAN? And you'll be surprised that 95% of people who are educated don't have a clue. 99. Even land that we meet all the time. How many people know about land? How many of the angels know what it is to be angels? Some people come to just network, to meet people. So I think what we need is awareness and education. I walk around Lagos and most cities in Africa. I've traveled the length and breadth of Africa. I see our young people go out every night and spend $100. I see them with fancy designer bags and shoes that cost thousands of dollars, not your own, madam. You can afford that now. You've paid your price. But I see young people with $1,000 slippers. Okay? If they are aware what that $1,000 will do for Africa and for themselves in the future, they will. But who is telling them what to do? Nobody. I think our task should be awareness and education. Thank you.
Okay, so hold your thoughts.
Yeah.
Dr. King, you wanted to say something?
Not anymore.
Okay, so
the elders have spoken,
okay.
right?
You have 30 seconds.
Okay, I'll try. And I think what I wanted to do was just to. That's 15 seconds gone. So there is a challenge, but we cannot sit until we figure out all the challenges before we act. If we have to wait to figure out everything, we will never act. So we have to start. We have to get on and figure it out on our way as we continue. That's one.
Yeah.
I think that ABAN, you talked about ABAN, visibility is important, but visibility at the right quarters, not visibility for visibility's sake. Because if you say, go out, I'm sorry, sir, I'm just picking back on what you're saying. If you say, go out in Lagos and ask for ABAN, they don't need to know ABAN. 95% of people don't need to know ABAN. If they know land, that's good enough. And that's what ABAN should be pushing for, that people in Lagos know land. People in Port Harcourt, Enugu, they know Sean, as the case may be. People in Togo, that's what ABAN should be pushing for. But ABAN should be in the right corridors where those conversations had at the official level. In Abuja, for instance, right? If conversations are going on at that level, there should be somebody who is able to connect it. At the AU level, there should be somebody who is able to connect to ABAN to say there is an organization that can bring all the networks together. So that's the kind of visibility ABAN should be shooting for. I was going to say something around the dues. I know I've done more than 30 seconds already. Yes, even if all the angel networks pay their dues, madam, I am not sure that it will still run the secretariat. I know it should be a start, and that's what you're advocating. Yeah. But I think we should go beyond that and think about creative ways of funding, not just ABAN, but funding the networks. Maybe there are networks that already figured it out. We can leverage ABAN groupings to share that knowledge, right? So let's look for creative ways to fund ABAN to do what it needs to do. And that's my point. I hope that helps.
Creative ways. I need practical examples. What creative way?
If we attempt to take all those strategies here, we'll be here a long time.
We'll
But on this panel today, we have identified a number of solutions. Visibility. We've spoken about training one another. We've spoken about trust, creating partnerships. We've spoken about people should pay their dues.
Yeah, that's important.
Yes. Let's start from there, and let's do that in the next 14 days. I give everybody 14 days.
Exactly.
If you're a networker and you have not paid your dues, including me. No, but we should take all the things that were spoken about. I'm hoping that the ABAN Secretariat is taking notes so that everything that we've decided here as networks, let's even do those first ones first.
So I'd like to just say something just quickly here. Tell you what, guess who ABAN is?
Us.
Well, we are.
Yeah, that's all of us. So if we have a sense of ownership, if we kind of take ownership of this, our contributions will be, I know there's a leadership and all of that, but we are all...
We're talking to ourselves.
Yeah, but that's one of the reasons. And to be honest, I don't think we've given ABAN credit enough for what they've done already.
Yeah.
Because to start with, I had the honor of mentoring and supporting the emergence of Nairobi Business Angel Network as a mentor, and that was through the ABAN, right? And
round of applause
for
ABAN.
And that was me sharing my experience of starting Sean and helping them to structure and get on. Now, I think that one of the things we should be looking at is how do we move from this conversation in practical sense? So, and you're asking about practical steps. It would be, can we set up a team, committee, or something who can take some of the conversations from here and go distill them and come up with some type of solution that can come back to the Secretariat?
Are we okay with that, ABAN? Okay, so we're going to open the conversation very shortly to the audience, but I just want us to look at the diaspora perspective, and then we'll move on. So, you want to talk about the diaspora perspective? So the question is, so really, what should diaspora do at this time to facilitate collaboration amongst the networks in Africa? What can we do? What do we expect from them?
I don't even know if I'm qualified to answer, but let me say what my experience with the diaspora is, right? So with our angel fund, it's 95% diaspora, right? So I think coming to a conversation about local capital mobilization, I think the diaspora maybe is already leading by example with remittances, with participation in deals from, wherever it is that they're sitting. And I don't know how much more they can do, but I'm sure other people have some ideas. But I do think that the point that has been raised about just like that local connection, that local collaboration, is also important for maybe bringing on new diaspora actors, because I also do think we're circling the same holes more and more these days over the last 10 years. And so I think that is where I kind of see more opportunity to kind of expand the pool, increase the bread basket. But those are my quick thoughts, I guess.
Thank you very much, Christine. So this is such a hot topic that the audience needs to jump in now. So I would like to pass the mic to you now, sir. Please introduce yourself and make your contribution.
Okay, so Joan Nana Conchu, ABAN board member and Cameroon Angel Network vice president. So, excellent conversation. I really love the idea of communication, collaboration. I love the idea of 1 million people with $1,000. Let's go for it. Let's raise the money. I just reacted because they talked about commission. But really, it's a matter of commitment. Yeah. You can call the name of 10 people. They will say yes, because we are here. Once they walk out of this door, they forget about everything. We just need committed people. And the commitment comes with paying the due, right? I mean, it looks like a cliche, it looks like a simple thing. I mean, we in Cameroon, we paid 3 years in advance because we knew that ABAN was struggling a little bit. to help for those who did not pay. I really ask people to be committed beyond the conference. Think of ABAN when you are home. Talk to people. Contact us. Do your part. We have great ideas here, but I'm just afraid that when we leave this place, we just forget about everything, and next year we come, and we say, ABAN should do this, ABAN should do that. Yeah. I would like to see people who say, I commit to work on this topic, and then we will put people to work with you. I will come and work with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. There's somebody behind here before we go over to, just a second, I'll come back to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Furi Rajumari, and I'm a typical example of why ABAN needs visibility. So first of all, I run a consultancy where I thought I was coming here to meet with companies that would work with me on programs that I'm running as their CSR. And that shows that there's a lot of work to do for us to understand what angel networks are. I will speak to what Mr. King, Mr. Badejo, and Mr. Levy said. And just for what they've said, I now have clarity on so many things. You know, I thought I was, so I'm here because Yemi asked me to come, the president. If not, I wouldn't have come. Yeah, that's the truth, because I didn't know what it was about. Now, Mr. King said something about visibility. I've been in many circles. I am in many circles. I've been in the private sector at some levels. I've been in the public sector at a high level. I've never heard of ABAN. I know some years back someone talked to me about Abuja Angel Network, but I didn't think anything of it. And Mr. Biden just said something about if people put $1,000 a year, that would be great. I was shocked because I thought I could only be an Angel Network member if I was going to spend thousands and thousands of dollars, and I can't afford that. Then Mr. Levy also said something about investing in micro and small businesses. This is something, again, I thought I couldn't do. So basically, that visibility is important, especially creating awareness. It's just not for sure on social media, but for some of us outsiders to understand what angel networks are, and that it is easy to be part of a network because you don't have to have billions and billions and billions of dollars. Thank you.
Thanks, ma'am. Okay, so I'll take.
My name is Chukwuemeka Chikezie from the Sierra Leone Angel Network. Well, we're not really members of ABAN, but if you tell me where to pay, tell me how to join, I'll join now. We'll pay our dues right here, right now.
Right here, right now. Right here, right now.
Right. So I think that, but I have been involved in a lot of organizations, so I feel your pain. We Africans, we love these kind of events. We talk a good talk, and that's it, to a large degree. But then again, ABAN, you said you have 77 members. Why are you calling them 77 members if they're not paid? Why did you say you have 55 members, but 22 of them have not paid? I mean, it's also your own communication. I'm surprised, actually, to hear this. I'm really surprised, because what we heard yesterday was 77 members. There are 77 members if they haven't paid. So I think we have to get real. There are a couple of other things I want to say. One, I work a lot in the policy space. And the opportunity, but also the challenge for us, is to shape the policy environment, the governance environment. That is that's the fundamental problem, the structural problem, systemic problem that we face. It's not that we lack entrepreneurial spirit or all of these things. I think there has to be, and I would definitely put my hand up to contribute to this, there has to be a strategy to influence the environment within which business operates. And that is the whole point. Somebody said it yesterday. When you talk about local content, localization, that's the strength of it, is we can actually make those kind of commitments. We have to change the environment for cross-border investment and the space. So I think that's the thing. Now, this issue of generational conversation is really, really interesting. I really don't want us to leave that one behind. It's not about you're here. We're still here. I'm obviously on the other side of the but the younger generation, they come with very different attitudes, very different mindsets. A lot of the work that the shifts that we've had to make, they've already made them. So I think that being very, very intentional with how to unleash, look at the demographics of the continent, 75% of people under the age of 30. So it's really not a nice to have. I think it's one of the things that should be a top priority. The other thing I've noticed, and fantastic kudos to ABAN, most African meetings you go to talk about business, is you hardly see any women. See women here. And by the way, natural hair. That's another thing. It tells you something about the mindset. So I'm saying this because these are things that I'm new here. And I came to learn. I have learned a lot. It's really, really been useful. So thank you very much to ABAN, to the leadership. But I really urge that we translate the words into action. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the lady with the microphone in red will come next.
Thank you so much. My name is Fumi Adedeji Bajulai. I'm the prime ecosystem builder in Africa. Currently, we're building a franchise ecosystem. And sitting down here, I probably represent a network that would be the receiver of the impact of what this body would do. I'm also a certified trade advisor with the AFCTA. I've always been the youngest in the room, by the way. Sat on policy tables, sat in conversations, and I had the same nostalgia that somebody mentioned. I said we inherited intelligent conversations, but not a lot of people are doing implementation. And this body, ABAN, seems to be the fuel that will bring what we need for the next Africa to pass. Because we cannot wait for the government to do it. But if there's a body like this that is putting fund in the direction of what I call future-faming Africa, we chose to build the next generation of franchises from Africa. But obviously, a lot of these businesses require funding. I wasn't here yesterday, but I listened online. And I was so excited to find that there's some organization like this that has what it takes to actually move organizations forward. Someone mentioned patient capital yesterday. I was listening to that. So I mean, I'm newly here. Thank you for Auntie Yemi for inviting me. But also to let you know that there is a cause behind what you're doing. So beyond, just put your money down, you have that extra money, but we are responsible for building the next Africa. And if we can put our funds together to rewrite our story, it'll be a blessing to us. So thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you. Thank you for that contribution. Yes. Mr. Barry.
So Barry Johnson, thank you for allowing me to just say a couple of words. So when Dele hit on something, my brother Dele, when you spoke about linking the existence of the angel level to these higher levels of performance, to the GDP, I think there's something really, really, really important about this. I think most of us, I've worked and lived at the level of an angel where I've raised capital, and I've worked as a CEO of a Microsoft joint venture, and I've worked in the White House, and I've worked everywhere, right? We tend to think of angels as the children's table in the vernacular of the family, right? We tend to think, oh, it's over there, it sort of matters. The reality is, without angels, there are no multinationals. Without angels, there is no Aliko Dangote. Without angels, there is not that continuum that allows the corporations to buy the exciting new company that makes them relevant into the future. So I think part of this is, a huge part of it is the storytelling, which has been said by many of the brilliant people sitting in the circle. But I want to triple click on that. Because if you tell the story in the right way and make yourself very relevant the way angel investing is, now people begin to think, I need to support this. As the CEO of X company in certain industry, I need to be thinking about that. And the people, even in the United States and the people across the diaspora where it exists, the 250 million people who are the diaspora, the sixth region of Africa, if we can hear that, I think we actually respond. So I'm going to tell you now, I'm a member. I'm a 2-year member paying as of today. I'm excited to be a part of that. And, but I think there's something tying it to the GDP, tying it to the big needles that we want to see moving. Angel is essential. It's very, very important part.
Thank you
very
okay,
much,
so we'll
Barry.
take...
Yeah, Fiona.
Hi, everyone. If you can't see me, just listen to me. I'm down here. So my name is Fiona Kiruja, Program Manager of the African Angel Academy, and an aspiring angel investor at that. I think one of the key things that we're leaving untouched is the fact that I love the discussions around angel networks, paying their dues, and this and that. I'll give you an example of what's happening. Recently, we ran a program, the Angel Leads program, and it was really advocating for the learning by doing aspects where you're going through the training, mentoring startups, and actively investing. As we were recruiting, I was puzzled, absolutely puzzled, because I thought that the understanding of what angel investing is widely understood. The understanding of what it takes, what it requires, is widely understood. And I quickly realized how, I don't know if it's say ignorant or untapped it is, because looking at Kenya as a whole, the central city, Nairobi, is where the ecosystem is thriving, where investments are flowing, where everything is happening. Right outside, because the program was running in Mombasa, Kisumu, Eldoret, you could imagine how many people are ready to fund these startups, are ready to fund SMEs, because diversifying your portfolio as an angel investor is vital with non-tech and tech, right? But you could also see how little and how nascent the knowledge of what angel investing is actually is there. They do not understand what is angel investing. What is this thing you're talking about, angel investing? I know how to invest. I invested in a startup. No, I'm not saying me. The feedback. I'm a twice failed founder, proudly. But, but without the angels, I could have never failed. So this is kind of the discussion that is brewing right outside the capital city. And having discussions yesterday and today is something that is widely continuing about how continuously we're trying as networks to be able to bring forth the conversation of join the network, pay your dues, but do your members actually understand what it is? Do the market that we're trying to tap, those with the capital, those in corporate venture funds, do they understand what it is to mean to be an angel investor? You mentioned about the young people and them buying $1,000 Gucci bags. That's trendy, right? There isn't enough discussion or reporting around the positive lighting of angel investing and what that is doing to impact, how that could make them secure or do something, right? So we need to report more on that to be able to get that. And I think the first step is by ensuring that angel investor education is accredited.
Angel investor education should be accredited. The lady with the mic.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Princess Adeyinka Tekena. I'm the founder of Happy Coffee, which is the coffee you all had this morning. I've literally bootstrapped this business for 10 years. And my first thing is I'm actually pitching. I don't think any angel investor should leave this room without investing at least $100 in that business today. Let me start with that. My questions are in two folds. Number one, I think it's time to eradicate pitches in dollars. As a founder, a coffee founder, female founder, I think one of the most intimidating things for founders in Africa is the fact that every time we fill pitches, you tell us to fill it in dollars, but we do business in Naira. I think that, sorry?
We don't do that in Lagos anymore.
They still do, because I still get to fill a lot of requests for applications. You tell us to fill, we're doing our business in Naira, you expect us to fill it in dollars. By the time we do the conversions, it's ridiculous. The amount that we pay ourselves in Naira ridiculous. I think that as a continent, we need to improve Naira for Naira, CD for CD. If I'm asking for investment in Ghana, I should do it in CDs, not in dollars. That's number one. Number two, as a female founder, the gaps are huge. We keep saying female founders are the least funded in Africa. What are we doing as a continent to ensure that female founders like myself don't end up in rooms that are predatory? We get people asking for our businesses, 60% of our companies. I once had an investor asking me for 60%. I said, maybe you should marry me. So, yeah, so we should just own the company together. I think those are areas that we keep, yeah. We get into rooms where, because we're female founders, we're undervalued, we're underinvested in. What is the role of angel investors in ensuring that female founders like ourselves don't end up in the gutter because we are not funded adequately? Like I said, I've bootstrapped my business for 10 years. I built the strongest coffee brand out of Africa to the world, and we're taking it up. But we're not going to do that if there are not people who believe in our dreams strong enough to put at least $100. Sometimes founders think or investors think we're looking for $1 million. No. I built my business with 1 million naira from the Tolulumelu Foundation, and I'm still here. So that shows you that sometimes we're not looking for the big box. We can bootstrap, we can do the work, we can build Africa, we can fund Africa, but sometimes it's not the big money, it's the small monies from angel investors like yourself, put in $100, $500, and get us to where we're going. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I was going to say it was not time for pitches, and you pay pitch money now.
So
we'll take... I want to comment on two things. First, related to ABAN making some money out of what it's offering. I've talked to my dear friend Tommy Davis about it a while ago, but I think we should rethink about really also making money transactionally, meaning we offer certain services for a certain amount of money. A lot of people in our continent don't like to pay membership or upfront and so on. But when they need something, they're willing to pay for it. So give me information about this, or introduce me to this VC, or give me the phone number, even or email of somebody. All of this is valuable information transactionally that can amount to much more money that ABAN can make compared to even membership. So I think ABAN has that ability to do, and if they start making money transactionally, I think this will be also beneficial to both sides. But if I go back to a higher level view of what is missing, I think we are missing a glue in the whole ecosystem, not just as angels. We need to glue the whole ecosystem together. And if you go back and think about why this startup business started in California, and particularly in the Bay Area. A Bay Area is a very tiny, compared to Africa, it's nothing. I mean, the Bay Area is probably as big as Lagos, okay? But there is so much that started there, and it's because the founder could have a lunch with the angel, and the angel could have a lunch with the VC, and they were all mingling around Stanford. So there was a circle of wealth, not just money, but intellectual property, scientific, academic, everything was coming together for lunch. We cannot do that in Africa, having lunch together. If a startup in Nairobi wants to meet me in Cairo, we can't have lunch. And if we want to bring a VC from South Africa to the meeting, we can't do that either. So I think we need an entity, and maybe ABAN can transform into that entity, which is a glue entity more than just taking care of angels, taking care of the whole ecosystem as a pipeline, use artificial intelligence to bring us together. You know, we need to get together. The pipeline is the starting point. It's not the angels. Because if we have 1 million angels who are willing to put $1,000, where's the pipeline? Do we have 1 million startup a year? We don't. Do we have even 100,000 startup a year? We don't. So we need to find them around academics, around research institutions, around bright people who are filling this continent, but most of their ideas are buried. because we don't discover them. So that's the first step. Then the angels come in and meet with them, and then the VCs come and meet with them. And we form this platform that's basically the glue that brings this all together. And let's do that on a private sector basis. Don't wait for governments, because every government will say, oh, I'm hosting, this is mine, and so on, and then the political fight starts. We are wise people and clever people. I think if we start an initiative like that, maybe ABAN can take that initiative one step further, get out of this only angels mode to a broader mode of supporting the startup ecosystem. I don't know whether that's possible, but I think this is highly needed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khalid. Also,
Yeah,
Uche.
I think it will be my last intervention, and I will be very quick. You don't believe me? Okay, so I'll be real quick. First, I'd like to thank Fiona for raising, Fiona, thank you for raising that conversation around outside the obvious places, which represents, the other hats that I wear and, what I've been able to do across the Nigerian ecosystem, spotlighting the ecosystems outside of Lagos and perhaps Abuja, right? So I think that one of the things that we'll probably want to see, ABAN has done a good job working with the ecosystem, speaking to what Khalid talked about. It's done a good job in collaborating with ecosystem organizations like AfriLabs, for instance. Maybe it is time to deepen that engagement. We had this partnership to create just for our conference this year. For the first time, we're partnering with ABAN to create a program in the southeast of Nigeria for the first time. And so maybe it's time for us to deepen that engagement a lot more with similar organizations like Startup South, right? I also... Okay. No, I'm not. I'm just basically saying this is something I think we should look into. Then, in closing, I think all I take away from this conversation is that it's important for us to move forward and to do what we have to do, and that the right time to do it is now, and we just have to get going. And for me, that's the way I would like to take away my takeaway from the conversation. We just have to get going. We have to fund Africa, and the funding of Africa has to come from within first. Then we're talking about exit, because somebody was talking about, we also need to, I see a lot of people in the room. There are diverse kinds of people in the room. So the mistake would be to think that everybody in this room understands what we're talking about. Madam just made it very clear to us that everybody in this room is not on the same level, okay? So we also need to understand that we need to deepen the conversation in terms of education, because exit is important.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Uche. We will take that last contribution because our time is really... Is it up? I thought we had 10 minutes more.
The time is up.
Okay, let's take that last contribution and then we'll wrap up.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. My name is Tochi Ginigame. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Thanks, everyone. My name is Tochi Ginigame, and I'm the founder of Mesh Venture Partners. I'm also the chapter lead of the Oxford Business Alumni Network. I run the chapter alongside Mrs. Blessing Ogu, who's not here today, but she's the CEO at UBA Pensions. Just taking away from some of the things that have been mentioned today, if the Lagos Angel Network would be open to it, we're more than happy to host a training session for our members at Oxford Alumni Network so that we can educate them about angel investing. I have no doubt there would be some members who are interested in supporting ABAN. We have a very active network, so that's the first thing. Something else I'd just like to contribute is in terms of how do we accelerate or propagate this message around angel investing. And I think it's important for us to potentially consider a policy lens. So ABAN interacting with senior government officials, I know that there are similar schemes in developed countries. In the UK, where I'm more familiar, there's the EIS, which is the Enterprise Investment Scheme, and it offers some tax benefits to individuals who invest in small businesses. So I think as Africans, angel investing is in our culture, and it's beyond investing just for profit, because we have the stock market, and we already know that in Nigeria, at least I can speak for the stats in Nigeria, 5% of the adult population in Nigeria invests in the stock market, 5%. And this is versus 50% at least in the US.
So thank you.
If our messaging, sorry, just going to wrap up now, yes. If our messaging is strictly around the benefits of investing and exits, it might be hard to scale that message. But if we can come from the impact lens to think about developments, to think about growing the ecosystem,
Time is up.
and I think that
up.
would be a better sell. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, thank you too for that contribution. We really must wrap up this session, and I'd like to see us take this to, break it down a little bit to smaller chunks and take it further, maybe in a webinar series or something, and so we can really, really break down some of the things we've talked about here. So she wants to do her pitch. All right, so just 30 seconds. If everybody can take 30 seconds, I just want to hear, what I want to hear is what you see as a future of collaboration across networks in Africa 2030.
Okay, what I see is that I have 3 founders here from Togo. 2 of them don't speak English, but we have an interpreter. We want to meet with you downstairs if you're interested in investing in Togo. That's what I see.
Thank you very much.
I will just respond to the lady that talked about dollar and naira. I hear you. I think it's a very important conversation. I'll prefer to invest in naira than in dollars. But as an angel investor, I was forced to invest in dollars. It's a habit it's an acquired test, and it was the wrong test. So I'm hoping that we can talk about it. Thanks.
Okay. So, you made your pitch. We're wrapping up. 30 seconds. What is the future you see for collaboration in the region 2030?
More exits.
Yeah, he said more exits.
So yesterday it was brought up quite a few times that we're facing a crisis of angel investing, maybe, that's around exits. How do we get our money back? So I think that's one of the major issues that need to be faced in the near-term future. I'll give you an example. In Tanzania, there's an organization called the Tanzanian Startup Association. Okay, and they're working with the Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange to make exits for startups. They asked for angel investor input. Why can't angel investors lead that conversation? That's my question for the future.
30 seconds.
My 30 seconds. I think for me, it's really going back to where we started and say we need to, I know we had enough conversations, but I think we need to come together to kind of bridge that issue of trust. Can we perhaps meet up quarterly, again, sorry to say, maybe through coordination of ABAN, and then as a working group, whoever wants to join it, then we can start working on these issues of how do we better collaborate, how do we perhaps share deals, how do we exit. And I think perhaps, and this doesn't need to be in ABAN's hands, but perhaps coordinate us, then we can discuss and hopefully come up with a solution that can help us collaborate better in the future.
Thank you, Josiah. 30 seconds, Uche. And your time started
now. Okay. I said. Okay. Okay. Let me just say that I think we've started on a good note. Hopefully, we can move on to implement some of the ideas here. Khalid made a very important point yesterday, and I think I should reiterate that point again. we should be, as angels, we should be very intentional about how we're thinking about the exit. And he proposed structuring the exit with negotiating the exit in the beginning.
30 seconds
with the
are up.
VCs. So I think we can do that.
Okay, Christine, what's your vision?
I think for me, it's really about transparent and accessible frameworks. I think that's the future I see for realizing all the things that we've been talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Badejo.
I think we should stop talking and start doing. I think we all have areas of influence. Market the angel network to our friends. What I want to see in 30 years is African GDP growing from in 2030, going from 2.3 trillion to at least 10 trillion.
Woo. All right, Rui.
Okay, in 2030, I hope that no African founder has barriers in terms of geographic or language in Africa.
Thank you. Ibrahima?
Merci pour cette opportunité. Moi, personnellement, ça m'a permis de rencontrer des gens que je ne connaissais pas auparavant, que je voyais que sur Internet. J'espère qu'il y aura plus d'engagement, plus de collaboration et beaucoup plus d'actions concrètes pour que nous puissions avancer. Merci.
I'm very happy to have been here. It's allowed me to meet a lot of people that I didn't think I could meet. So what I would like to see is more collaboration, more networking, and working together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. More collaboration. ABAN has a big role to continue playing, but we are all ABAN. Take advantage of regulatory frameworks like AFTA. Take advantage of platforms like Catalytic Africa. Let's get some more visibility for ABAN and the networks. Let's get all networks to be committed. There's room for education. That is all, some of the things that have emerged out of this conversation. It has been my pleasure. Thank you so very much for the privilege.
Thank you so much. Our panelists were, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, the instructions for the next 2 minutes are simple. How many of you have been in an African choir before? None of you have been singing in the you've been singing. So you know with a choir, when we move left, we all move left. If you move right, it means you're not meant to be in the choir, but you're all in the choir. So you will all be upstanding. Everybody stand. Good. Fadila, don't turn around. Everybody stand. Everybody hold your chair. Now everybody turn your chair 180 degrees. Is the choir working? Good. Are you ready for the next instruction? Good. Everybody from Miss Anne-Sophie, 1, 2, 3, take your chair and move back. 1, 2, 3. Take your chair from the front and move back with your chair. 1, 2, 3. Please say it with me. Ready, go. 1, 2, 3. Oh, sister. Very simple. Now, last one. In the middle, from my brother with a green shirt to my mommy here, move your chair to the right. To all my friends here, move your chairs to the left. Aha. Aha. All my friends to the right, move your chairs to the right. No, don't move the chair. Don't move the chair. Just move it. There you go. Is our aisle back? Do we have an aisle? The aisle is exactly where you are standing. All right. Can we all now see the stage? Can we all now see the stage? Yes. Where you are seated, can you see the stage? Please be seated. My dear friends on the right, are we all okay? Is everybody okay? Meanwhile, panelists, can you come on stage for your photo? Perfect. Meanwhile, panelists, please come on stage for your photo. If you are in the aisle and you cannot move into the aisle, the seat has to be moved. Panelists, please join us on the stage for your photo. The panelists we just had, please join us on stage for your photo. Ladies and gentlemen, with humility, please settle down. Panelists, join us on the stage for your photo. Fadila, please join us on stage for your photo. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are 2 sessions away from wrapping up. Please take your seats. Panelists are grabbing their photo. Christine, where are you? Okay, there you go. Miss Phil is there? All right. Photographers, are we okay with our panelists? Please look at our photographers. One more photo. Come closer, please. Oh. It's all right. It happens. It's all right. Okay. Are we okay? 30 seconds more, 30 seconds more, 30 seconds more. Our next speakers are ready. 3, 2. Okay, 1 more minute to do this. This has been our biggest panel, so understandably so. Understandably so. One more item. Beautiful. Oh, wow. Okay. 1 step to the side. All right. Woo! All right. 3, 2, 1, smile. 3, 2, 1, smile. 3, 2, 1, smile. Thank you. Wow. Livy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention, kindly let's go back to our seats. We have a crisp 35 more minutes to go. Now, can I have your attention, please? Humbly, can I have your attention? Thank you. All right, let's do this very quickly. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our last block. Can I have your attention, please? Some silence, kindly, so we can understand exactly what's going on. Thank you. Our last block will include a fireside chat for 15 minutes, which will be preceded by our wonderful sponsors, our dear friends from MTN Nigeria, giving us a keynote speech. We will end with closing remarks via video from the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Meanwhile, when you get a chance, if you would like to do some sightseeing, my colleague Nwane, please turn around and look at her. She's waving at you. Please turn around and look at her. Boat cruise is available. Market, we're going to the market, that's available. If you would like to get, art gallery is also available. So if you would like to take part in all those wonderful activities, please see Nwane and she will help you to get enlisted. For now, over the next 15 minutes, we have a crucial and our last learning from Adua. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Rui Levy, President ABAC, who is speaking with the esteemed Mr. Suleiman, super angel investor is what we like to call him. My dear brother, you may take a seat. Mr. Suleiman, who is the freshly minted Angel Investor of the Year. He's still riding high on that, and he has at least 12 months. At least 12 months to enjoy that title. And the floor is all yours for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, hello to everybody. It's a great honor to be here with Super Angel Investor. I really adore the title. First of all, I apologize if there's any lack of words in my English. As you know, I'm Cape Verdean, we are Lusophone. So, but when ABAN launched this challenge, to me, I said, no, it's an opportunity to learn because I will be here with a person that is really a doer. I had to look up what doer means. And the doer is a person that transforms vision in action. So we all want to hear about this experience and exciting life that Mr. Soleimani have done in Nigeria, in Africa. I also want to tell you that everything is possible. See, Cape Verde, it's a 500,000 inhabitants archipelago, and we just qualified for the World Cup, okay? So, yes, we can do it. Even with small things, we can do big. So, Soleimani, please, as a doer, as your angel, super angel investor, tell us our experience and mindset that allow you to do so much along the years.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Right. Okay. So, good afternoon. Glad to be here again. And when I saw the topic, doer, I thought maybe it wasn't referring to me because I'm not a doer. I stopped doing in 2005. That was 20 years ago. Since then, I've never held any executive job. I have no payroll to meet. I have no sales target. I have done nothing, really. So I think what I have been over the last 20 years, if there's one word that will capture it, is facilitator. I facilitate people who do the doing. So I'm not a doer in that sense. And I don't know if you recall, I said it yesterday, that one of the things we did, my career was in consulting. And in consulting, you don't do, actually. You only advise. But we took our own consulting beyond just advising. We helped also in the implementation. I remember back then, our mantra was that we don't deliver just reports, we deliver results. And therefore, when we take a company or a client through a journey of change, we handhold them and make all the advice and so on come to life. And of course, what you find out doing that is that theory is totally different from practice, real life. And therefore, in the process of translating your recommendations and your theoretical whatever, to actions, you find that there are a lot of learning along the way, a lot of, changing the original concepts and so on. But at the end of the day, what is constant is the objective, what you want to achieve. Now, the initial recommendation as to how to achieve it may not be the way to do it, may not be as straight as you think to go, but you've got to do it anyway. So it was that mindset that I do what I do. I mean, the other mindset, of course, which for me is the motivation, was that after 32 years of consulting and so on, I thought I had had enough, and therefore I set myself up for the challenge of helping younger people realize their vision and do their doing, whatever it is they want to do. And I chose to do that through enterprise. Those who have an idea, I don't have the money, don't know how to, but at least have an idea to solve the myriad of problems that confront our community, our society, which of course almost always translate to opportunities for change, to get things to do another. So that's what I basically have done, is to help people who have bright ideas, who can articulate a vision of, who have ideas about a solution that they want to use to solve a problem that confronts all of us, an opportunity. And obviously, in doing so, since the enterprise is for profit, I mean, impact is important and all that, it's for profit. And how do I do it? Basically, what I do is I listen to what they have to do and so on, and then we work together to determine what it takes to take it from idea to reality. Of course, the first thing is money. But the first thing, but it's not the only thing. Of course, what I do, again, is I give them a bit of money, small money, big money, as the case may be, and then we'll work together to make that vision translate to reality. But we also find that more than money, what most young people need is advice. Is that hand-holding, that guidance, that pointing them in the right direction, introducing them to the right people, opening doors for them, making them, introducce them to your network of contacts and relationships and so. Things that will just make everything come to life and make it happen and all that. And of course, along the way, help them navigate all the issues and the problems and the challenges they will necessarily face in the course of the journey. So I'm just there to help. So like my boss would say, the pencil will be in their hands. They do all the writing, they do all the doing and all that kind of thing. I'm just there as a guide. So that's what I do. That's what I have done. And it's been very fulfilling. Now, the other thing I must say is that even though I say it's the enterprise and the objective is to make money, my motivation has never really been to make money. My motivation is centered around the individual or the individuals, to help them realize their dream, their objective, and to help them grow, to become business leaders. So if you look at my LinkedIn profile, I set myself up for the challenge of developing the next generation leadership through enterprise. So I'm more interested in the person or the persons and the growth that they go through along the journey of developing a business and making money. And that's basically been my motivation. Of course, along the way, we've made mistakes. There are people you misread their intent, you misread character, you misread competence, you misread commitment, you misread the ability to stay the course in terms of being long-term focused and being able to roll with the punches and so on. We make a lot of those mistakes, but we all learn. And that for me is the fun part. We all learn along the journey. Everybody learn, even if the business fails. And of course, I've been involved in many businesses that sounded very, very promising, but they didn't work. But everybody is smarter, everybody is wiser as a result of that experience. And of course, they can go on to do other things, great things and all that kind of thing. So that's basically been what I do. So from that point of view, that's the only do I do.
Yes, great. So from this experience, what do you think are the key enablers for success? You said you learn by doing, so you're learning in terms of character. What now are you searching for in terms of persons to invest your time, invest your money, invest capital, talent?
Okay. What am I looking for? The first thing I'm looking for is that this person, don't forget the whole idea, the thing that brought us together is a business concept, a business idea. And therefore, you have to have a clear idea of a business proposition, of an opportunity, or some innovation that you have to be able to articulate it clearly so that it's clear. Everybody can see it. It could be a new business, could be filling a white space, something nobody has ever seen. It could be a new invention, it could be new technology completely never been done before. People have come to me with ideas. They say they have a patent for it. It's patented. That is original. But the thing about it, of course, is that the idea is as good as the piece of paper is written on until it's done. But that's the starting point. Is that idea that makes sense commercially, that has the chance that with diligent implementation and all that and all the support it requires, there's a possibility to actually build a business and create something. And there are many businesses that we start that way with a piece of paper where somebody articulates what the idea is, what the vision is, what the opportunity is, what the market they're after, how big is that addressable market. They understand the uniqueness of their proposition, what makes them different. If it's a totally new idea, nobody's done before, of course, we worry about how acceptable it to become in the marketplace. If it's an idea that is going to compete in a space, you've got to demonstrate that you actually know the market, you know the terrain, you know the competition, you know what you're going to be going up against and all that kind of. So you can articulate. That's the starting point. The other thing, of course, that I look for is that I evaluate is what is the chance that this person or these persons can actually do this? What have they done before? That gives me the confidence that background, experience, education, family background, so whether you come as a team, if you worked on a team before, if you come as a solo person, I will evaluate your ability to build a team, because there's very little you can do in life working alone. You've got to work with people. So whether you are that kind of person that can work in a team, that can delegate, that can share power, and all that. So I look for that. But the other thing that I then look for are the soft things, character. For me, integrity is very important. Very, very important. It's a non-negotiable. Africa is supposed to be, our society is supposed to be very corrupt. Nigeria is very corrupt. This is very corrupt, and so on. But I believe very strongly that it's still possible to do good business, honest business, without compromising your values. You must have very strong values. I look for that as well. And again, that comes from my own background, where I had a career where I didn't have to bribe anybody. Never paid a penny in bribe to get a business and so on. So people who go the straight and narrow, won't cut corners, won't cheat their customers, won't cheat their employees, and so. So look at those are soft things. You have to make a judgment call. Then the other thing you're looking for is the person who will be a hard worker, because a lot of these things requires hard work. It's a lot of slugging, commitment. How hard a worker is this person? Will the person give it whatever it takes? Then I also look for stamina. It's a long journey. Long, lonely, arduous journey. Not everybody has the stamina. They can articulate bright idea, but doing it is a completely different conversation. So I look for that as well. And then the other thing, of course, I look for is signs that this person can delay gratification. That to me is very important, particularly if the business actually succeeds and succeeds early. Would the person, would the success get into his head or her head early? Can she manage success? Can she pay the price? Delay the gratification and reinvest and all that. Those are little things that I look for. And that's it, really. The rest is a gamble. The rest is a gamble. The rest is effort, just doing it. Hard work, learning, falling down, getting up, adjusting your strategy, and so on. That's what it takes. So those are the kinds of things I look for. Commitment. The other thing that I tend to do, which is my own personal something, is that I prefer people who are focused. Focus. And therefore, it's tough enough for you to start a business. So for you to want to start a group of businesses from the beginning, I don't do that. What I always tell you is that this business I'm going to embark on a journey with you on has to be your life. That is the way you want to make your point. That is the way you want to create your value, your wealth, and so on. And therefore, you've got to devote 100% of your energies to it. I therefore I don't like people who do side hustles. I know it's a very popular thing with younger people, side hustles and so on. But I grew up in an era where you put all your energies in one thing and you do it well. And if you do it well, you prosper, you make your money, you succeed, and so on. So those are the things I look for.
Okay, great. I believe the founders are paying a lot of attention here. He's a super angel investor. So what he's looking is very important. And tell me, what is missing in the whole ecosystem that would facilitate your job and the work that you do? What do you think it's important that at policy level, at the support to business level, at the finance level? What do you think is missing or could be reinforced?
Well, first of all, I don't dwell on what's missing. We just get it done in spite of. In spite of. I mean,
So you're a doer. You're a doer.
Oh, no, I mean, I'm talking about working. Yes, I mean, and therefore, you can never have a perfect situation. In real life, there's no perfection. I mean, so it's a case of you do it in spite of. And there are people who have done it. I mean, people complain, oh, this place is tough, that is that. But people are succeeding. People are building great businesses. People are creating great enterprises in the same system. So if they can do it, why can't you do it? So waiting for that perfect something and using skills of finance or this or that, I don't believe in it. Obviously, why we do that at the macro level, we can work for a better system, at the policy level, maybe whether it's a tax break or whether it's influencing government policy or this or that. Yes, I've been in businesses where we start a business that's regulated, but the regulator doesn't know how to regulate that business. I remember when we started InterSwitch in 2002 in banking, went to the central bank and said, and the deputy governor would say, what is a switch? Yeah, they didn't know what a switch was. I mean, we had to take them through, what a switch is and so on. There was another business. I took a young man who wanted to create what he called an interdealer broker, dealing in, it was the first in Nigeria at that time. That was about 13 years ago. We went to SEC. They didn't know what an interdealer broker is. It didn't exist in the market. We had to teach SEC what it is and how to regulate the business and so on. I mean, so this guy pioneered that field. Today, maybe there are about 20 or 22 interdealer broker licenses that have been issued. So there's never a perfect situation. I mean, what you see is an opportunity to do something and make something happen out of nothing. So, I mean, yeah, that's it.
I'm not sure about the time frame. 5 minutes, good. So you mentioned you provide advice, you provide guidance. So what is for you the best advice to give to this generation of entrepreneurs, founders that want to work and receive angel investment?
Mm-hmm. Well, I would say just do it. Come with the idea, figure out the wherewithal, or the help you need, or the money you need, or the guidance you need, and just go get them, get it done, line up all the resources that are required, and embark on the journey. I mean, of course, along the journey, we're going to learn, we're going to fall down, we're going to stumble, we're going to make mistakes, we're going to lose money. It's all part of the fun.
Okay.
I mean, so for me, the idea is to grow with the business, grow as the business is growing, learn as the business is growing, become a better person, become a better leader, and create value, create wealth.
Okay.
For yourself, for your co-investors, for all the resources you use in terms of employees and so on, and make a difference. Of course, affect your community, your environment. Give back. And the other thing, of course, I require that if you are the recipient of help, you have an obligation to help the next generation as well.
Yeah.
And that's basically where I'm coming from. You have an obligation to help a younger person because you are the beneficiary of somebody helping you succeed.
Yes.
So that's very important.
Yeah, this is all about being an angel investor, giving back what you receive also
from somebody here.
Yes, yes, yes. I totally agree with this. Okay, and now an advice to angel investors. So we want to learn from you. In terms of exit, the business that you invest, when do you do it? When do you think it's a proper moment, and which channels are available?
Well, I would say I'm a poor investor from that point of view, because exit, because of my motivation, even though it's commercial, it's not about money, really. And therefore, if the exit comes, fine. If it doesn't come, I'll stay on the journey and all that. But obviously, if the exit opportunity comes, we'll take it. So I'm more long-term in my orientation, unless and until I feel I have no further role to play. My job is done. Then I'll look for an opportunity to exit. But we're talking about, the last 15, 20 years and so on. A lot of business, of course, there are many businesses that I was involved with where I'm no longer involved at all. My job is done. Business is on autopilot and so on, and carry on. And the other thing, of course, that I'm also learning is also talking about entrepreneurs, is for them to know when to share power. Yeah, that's something I'm learning, that very successful businesses, successful entrepreneurs don't know when their time is up. Everybody's time is up at some point. The last thing you want is to build a business where you become trapped in it. Being successful, it revolves around you, and if you're not there, the business collapses. Then you haven't really succeeded as an entrepreneur. And therefore, talking about empowering people, building a team, sharing power, delegating, you've got to know at what point you need to begin to exit. There are businesses I've been involved with now for over 20 years, where it's clear to me that the founder, even though the business has been successful, some of them very, very successful, some moderately successful, find that the founder may have exhausted their capabilities. It's time to move on. It's time to delegate. It's time to share that power. It's time to sell down. People get emotionally attached to that thing. They say, it's my baby. I mean, I've been in that situation. It's my baby. And the last thing you want is for you to hug that baby to the point where the baby begins to grow in reverse. And that's very easily possible. And that, to me, sometimes is a real fear. That if this person doesn't allow us to bring in other investors, other capabilities, and so on, the business might actually begin to go down. So that's a real danger. There are two specific cases I'm dealing with right now, where the business has been very, very successful. The founder, who was a particularly young person when the journey started, is getting to an advanced age. And the funny thing about life, many of you are too young to realize that this thing called age catches up with all of us. It does. And you begin to feel it at some point. So you need to know when you've peaked. And you need to know when you need to redefine your role in the business, where you yourself becomes the advisor to a younger set of managers, whatever. That's very important as well. And I've seen people who built successful businesses forgot about transition and left it too late. There's a particular friend of mine who built a very, very successful consulting business in project management. Very successful. Started talking to me about succession many, many years ago. But anytime you put any ideas in it, the person wasn't good enough, nobody was good enough, and so on. Got to a point now where this guy at 74 says he's just going to wind down the business as he begins to wind down his life. There was nobody There was nobody there was nobody that was good enough. He didn't develop the next generation leadership. So developing people is an integral part of this journey. You can't do it alone. If you are growing, allow other people to grow under you. Share power, enable, train, invest in training, resources and so on, and create a bigger pool of successful entrepreneurs and so on. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you so much for these insights. I really appreciate this age thing and share the power. I think it's a great experience. And we had the opportunity to be with a super angel investor that show us that he doesn't want to leave, he doesn't want to share, he wants to exit. He really does this for his satisfaction, and it's really a Rotary also mandate, to give back to so much that we receive from the community. So thank you so much for your time and your inspiring words. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I do believe you agree with me. We couldn't have come to a better moment in this program than with those golden gems of advice. Thank you so much, Mr. Adodetun Suleiman. Age creeps up. And I felt it this morning when I was getting out of bed. I say, hey, my waist, is this me? But I'm just 25. For those of you who don't believe me, no Ghana Jollof for you. Ladies and gentlemen, we move into our last but very essential keynote speech. It is with great honor, as our special guests are taking their photo with our president, it is with great honor that I ask to stand in readiness our dear friends from MTN Nigeria, ably and wonderfully represented here by the General Manager of Enterprise Marketing, Njideka Jack, and of course, Njideka is going to be joining us in 30 seconds. I want to grant you all the attention. Let me just make sure that our photos are taken here. Fadila, please join us and smile for our photos, after which Njideka Jack will take over with our highlight keynote speech from our dear friends at MTN. All right, and so ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, please warmly welcome MTN Nigeria, here ably represented by Njideka Jack, General Manager, Enterprise Marketing, and the floor is all yours.
Thank you, thank you. I think this is fine. Or maybe that one, so I can stop tilting myself. Just give me a second. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Maybe I'll just hold on to that.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Oh, it's been amazing this afternoon. I'm sure everyone's wondering, what's MTN doing here? Right? What's MTN doing here? So I just wanted to just kind of talk about what I've learned. I've learned quite a lot preparing for this session, and then sitting in on the conversation this afternoon. Things like Africa must fund Africa, find the startups, we're trying to find the pipeline, we need to drive economic growth, linking things to GDP. The goal of realizing the vision of the startup is important. The goal of impact is important. But also, like our angel investor of the year said, profit is also important. And we have to do, and then somebody said, we have to do what we have to do. Now is the right time. So enough talking, and it's time to get doing. So now I'm ready to be part of the network. especially when I heard I can use $100 to do that. So I'm just going to talk very briefly about why MTN is here. I want to make sure the clicker is working. So we have, is it working? Yes. All right. So we have MTN, and we have what we call MTN Business. MTN Business is a part of the MTN family, and part of what we do is focus on businesses. At MTN, we do believe that everyone deserves the benefit of a modern connected life. And this is for individuals as well as for all sizes of businesses. So just to tell you just a little bit about what we do. So we look at businesses from, all categories. We look at the medium, small, micro, medium, small enterprises who are looking for growth, sustainability, productivity, and market expansion. We also work with corporates and multinationals looking to transform their business and cost optimize and looking for market leadership. And then we also have interactions and we serve the public sector in terms of supporting their own digital transformation, inclusive governance, and all of that. So if we talk about why we're here, and it dovetails into some of the conversations about this is the time, the time is now. Your morning is when you wake up. So the time is now. The tech ecosystem is booming. We know that Nigeria has a very large hub of startups, but they face challenges. They face infrastructure scaling. Of course, I'm preaching to the converted. So we all know these things. 51% of small business in Africa require more funding that they can currently access. So networks like yours are empowering, innovation, essentially bringing out ideas that can solve problems. We all know about the infrastructure deficits, and we see, from what, research says, that it's even going to grow. Instead of things getting better, that deficit, that gap seems to be growing. So there are massive gaps from transportation, energy, digital connectivity. There's a lot to be done. So businesses are looking for access to funding. They need to close the gap of infrastructure. There's capacity development required, access to market, access to information, things that we all already know. So I'm going to talk as to how we began to get here as MTN, right? We are in the middle of a cloud accelerator program about empowering African startups with the tools that they need to scale. Is there anybody here who knows about that? Wow, I would have wished more hands. Okay. So because everybody knows MTN, connectivity, airtime, data, but we're doing a lot more. I've talked about the business arm, and we have ventured into this because we see the gap and we want to be part of the solution. So we have this accelerator program. I think we're about in the 6th week now. About, growth stage startups in Africa. We opened up the interest and we got responses across Africa. And what we're trying to do is to give these startups access to MTN's infrastructure and a lot of other tools, and it's going to culminate in a demo day. The focus was MVPs or live products, strong traction of solutions, and across a broad range of verticals. And the intent is to give them equity-free grant funding. Okay, so how did we get here? So there's certain things that we did recently. Again, I'm going to just ask who knows. We built what we call the Dabengwa Data Center. It's our state-of-the-art Tier 3 certified data center. Full compliance to local data regulations, providing seamless integration and network connectivity. Who knows about our new data center? Okay, a few more hands, I'm happy. All right. And then on the back of that, we also deployed our MTN Cloud, right? Many of our startups are using AWS, Microsoft this, the other one that. And yes, so we believe that we can provide a local equivalent with the same quality, the same level of technological expertise, and we have done that. So, and we are adding some things that we think will enhance the proposition, like Naira billing instead of dollar billing. I heard somebody talk about that, having to pitch in dollars. So you can't be earning in Naira and be doing things in dollars, especially when the dollar is changing. Before we used to get dollar rates per day. Now it's like per hour, right? So, and you can't actually plan a business. You can't, it's very difficult. So we're trying to, we've introduced flexibility in our cloud offering that allows us to pay in Naira, pay as you use. Of course, because it's local, there's low latency, 24/7 support, and very importantly, full compliance to local data regulations. So back to the meat of the gist, which is the accelerator program, right? Just to show what we're doing. And because of the people in the room, we also want you to join us on this journey. It's our very first cohort, and we opened it up, and it was quite interesting to get over 8,000 startups answering, right? When my people showed me this funnel, I said, this is a very wicked funnel. It's a it's like, if you see this funnel, you will not apply, right? Because the odds of passing to that yellow point is very, very slim. But again, it's our first time. We want to do it right. We want to focus on, you know, a nice number. And we settled at 20, right? So we ended up with 20. So I think the interest should show. Somebody was saying, where is the pipeline? The interest should show that there is pipeline. We just need to figure out, and ABAN can help, how to refine that pipeline. I don't think there's a lack of pipeline. Okay? So, you know, we wanted to, so part of what we have done, that even in that 20, we are looking, we've got people across these verticals. We have fintech, we have agri-tech, we have health, education, DevOps, talent as a service. So we didn't just say, okay, who are the people that MTN can use their solutions? We're actually looking for solutions that have impact. So this is what we have done. And what are we delivering personally in terms of MTN? We're delivering funding and value for the startups. So we have a funding grant pool for them. We have credits from all the infrastructure that so we looked across our group. We have MTN, we have Chinosis, which is our MTN marketplace. We have Momo, which is our fintech. So we are providing credits across the gamut of all the solutions that we provide. We have partnered with key ecosystem players. You know, we've given them ecosystem tours with Shotla, Spacestack, Wakanao, MoneyPoint. And we have, our faculty have, you know, so much, a wide range of expertise, you know, taking them through different sessions that will help them enhance their business around product, growth, marketing, strategy, regulation, policy. So we have a wide range of faculty working with these startups. So that's where we are. So just to share with the house where we feel the points of intersection can be, and to invite you to join us. Like we said, it's our first cohort. So it's really about empowering startups to drive economic growth that solves practical problems. Because, again, my angel investor here, who I'm going to have a sidebar with, I will have a sidebar. I will not leave here without talking to him. Is really about solving practical problems. Because when you solve problems are turned into opportunities when, you know, you look at them the right way. And then, you know, we're seeing our angel investors as the bridge. So it's not just about funding. It's you're bringing experience, you're bringing your network, you're giving mentorship, credibility, as well as the funding. For us as MTN, we know that, you know, we have a strong brand and we're able to influence with that brand. So we're bringing that influence. We're making available our infrastructure and providing, like I said, the grants to scale the startups. So other business leaders as well, it's, you know, it's open for partnerships to invest. You know, we also, there also need for, you know, organizations that are ready to co-create with these startups, because it's not always easy, because most times as an organization, you want a solution that is working, that is tested, you know, and if you don't have a place to, you know, a sandbox, for want of a better word, you can actually really develop. So co-creating pilots and even early adopters. And then, obviously, the importance of ecosystems cannot be overemphasized. Accelerators like these, like the ones we're doing, incubators, angel networks, very critical for their success. And then I think one of the most key things that I'm not an expert in is policy, regulation. You know, I heard someone say that they took an idea to a regulator who didn't know how to regulate it. So you have to make sure you have a seat at the table at policy formation so that you can, you know, guide the conversation in the right direction around licenses, data protection, and policy. So that's just it in a nutshell. We just wanted to share where we are. And we wanted to just, you know, let everyone in this community know that MTN is foraying into, you know, trying to support this ecosystem. We're partnering to enable Africa, solution for Africa by Africans. So please scan the QR code if you wanted to know more. This will allow you to register to join, to come to our demo day. Please come listen to our 20 startups and hear what they have to say. And then finally, we say thank you. And then you can also scan again to know more about the accelerator program that we have running. On that note, I say thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to, in 30 seconds, my dear team at the back, if you could also give us a QR code. We'll keep this one on for another 15 seconds. I see that a few people are trying to scan it. Nice picture, yes. Can we move to the next QR code? Now, ladies and gentlemen, the QR code that is coming up is for the Africa Early Stage Investor Summit, the 27th and the 29th of November. Now, the opening of the Africa Investor Week in Cape Town is hosted by ABAN and VC4A. Now, if you scan this QR code, here and now, you have access to a 749 euro ticket at the price of 99 euros only. 99 euros only. The original price is 749. So courtesy ABAN, you are able to scan this QR code and access your 99 euro ticket. And this is specifically for the opening of the Africa Investor Week in Cape Town, which will be hosted by ABAN and VC4A. So kindly on the 27th and to the 29th of November, if you are interested in going to Cape Town to participate in this event, we give you a special discount of from 749 euros to 99 euros. So you can scan it or take a picture of it for your use. Decide whether or not to invest that money in me or invest it in yourself, whichever one works best for you. Another 30 seconds. Thank you so much. My team, if you could reload to the next slide. Thank you very much. We'll put it back up later on when we're closed, just in case you want to swing by and you've made a decision to purchase a ticket. Can we go to the closing remarks slide now, please? Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of an extraordinary two-day Congress. If you're here in person, you made history. A round of applause, please. And it gives me great pleasure to announce that our closing remarks will be given to us by the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area. We'd like to call it the AFCFTA, His Excellency Wamkele Mene. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look and a listen at his words.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to join you during this edition of the African Business Angel Network Annual Congress. Let me begin by congratulating you for a decade of leadership in nurturing early-stage investment and the mobilization of local capital for African innovation. You are the architects of the Africa we want, of supporting enterprises and key partners in the vision of a single market integrated towards the prosperity of Africa. The principle behind your mission statement, Africa must fund Africa, is at the heart of the vision of the AFCFTA. In today's uncertain global economy, where external funding is increasingly tightening, your work to mobilize local capital has become a continental platform for de-risking. Every initiative you lead strengthens Africa's resilience and self-reliance in raising capital for herself. The AFCFTA complements this effort by creating a predictable and transparent environment for investment. The protocols on trade in services, investment, competition policy are designed, amongst others, to make progress in cross-border services delivery, make it feasible for startups and investment for angels. Through the protocol on investment, we're harmonizing investment laws across the African continent. We're reducing bureaucracy, lowering transaction costs, and providing confidence to investors to invest more across the borders of Africa. Read together with the protocol on digital trade, the opportunities multiply as presented by the protocol on investment. The legal framework of the AFCFTA supports data flows, digital trade in a range of products, including e-commerce, electronic payments, and other fintech-enabled services to support commerce. Recently, we launched the Digital Innovation Challenge program to support African innovators developing solutions to boost intra-Africa trade and to enhance inclusion. In Africa, women represent only 19% of angel investors, and the gender funding gap exceeds over $40 billion annually. Meanwhile, initiatives such as Rising Tide Africa, She Equity, and others are changing this narrative by financing and mentoring women, as well as investments that are led by women. The AFCFTA Secretariat shares this vision. Our protocol on women and youth in trade, the first of its kind around the world, ensures that women and youth-led enterprises are integrated into regional and global value chains. It requires the removal of structural barriers and calls for improvement to access and to trade finance. When we finance women and youth, not only are we promoting fairness, we're also expanding markets, diversifying leadership in business, and building resilience. I also wish to take this opportunity to emphasize that angel investing helps to address another of Africa's most pressing challenges, and that is the brain drain. Each opportunity created at home in Africa keeps innovators and our entrepreneurs contributing to Africa's growth. Local investors backing local founders create a cycle of confidence and opportunity that keeps Africa's brightest minds building an Africa we want. Ultimately, this is the same objective of the AFCFTA. I therefore wish to, ladies and gentlemen, reiterate the commitment of the AFCFTA Secretariat to collaborate with you to create an environment of investment. The protocol on investment is able to de-risk cross-border transactions whilst harmonizing due diligence standards and trade facilitation measures that are able to empower SMEs, particularly those that are led by young people and women. I urge the angel community to channel investment towards transformative sectors such as digital trade, agro-processing, clean energy, and other drivers of Africa's economy. We stand ready to collaborate with you in developing a continental innovation and investment platform based on the principles embodied in all of the AFCFTA protocols, particularly the protocol on investment and digital trade. The protocol on digital trade ensures that Africa's economy is nurtured, that there's market access, and that we position ourselves for investment in digital public infrastructure. Such investment can only come from the private sector. I wish all of you very good deliberations for this edition, and I want to congratulate you for all of the achievements thus far. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. May I kindly have our President, Excellency Yemi Kerry, please take center stage, and our CEO, Honorable Fadila Chumba, please take center stage. Just mount the stage for us. Go to the center. Fadila, mount the stage for us. Let me use this opportunity. ABAN team, please hurry up. ABAN team, put everything down. Come, come. If you are team ABAN, please come. If you are team ABAN, please come. If you've helped in organizing this conference some way, somehow, in your own way, please come. Leave the AV, Amimo, come. June, where are you? Kene, where are you? Inwane, where are you? All of them are women. Do you realize that? Nora, okay, Nora, where are you? Please, call your colleagues. Get onto the stage. Fadila, take a step back because this... Please, get onto the stage. Get onto the stage. Team ABAN, Nwano, where are you? Where is she? Okay. Team ABAN, if you've helped to put this conference together, and don't lie, I know who you are, so don't come on stage. Tell me you've been part of it. No, come. Please. Team ABAN, where are you? If you've helped to put this conference together, take center stage for me. Where's Wane? Wane. Sorry, sir? Oh, the men are in the back. They are behind the cameras. Look at them. They're right next to you. There's a man. Who's the only man in the team? Is this all we have? Okay. So first of all, camera crew, here's what we're going to do. Hold on. Take 10 steps back. Oh, I'll let you have your moment, but take 10 steps back. Bro, larger steps because I want you to further. You see these men? Take 10 steps back. Perfect. We're going to start off with a few words from you and a few words from you to close. Please do not leave. We have an assignment here to do. Okay? First, Madam President.
I think that we have been able to achieve what we set out to achieve. We have brought people from over 20 countries from the continent together for 2 days. We have shared, we have networked, we have deliberated, and we have assigned ourselves the next action steps. I think that for us, it is imperative that Africa must fund Africa. That is the key message, and the message that we have all discussed here over the last 2 days. It is important to know that this Congress was very deliberate so that we can, as a collective, begin to accelerate the participation of local investment. Without us doing that, as angel investors, as the risk takers, the continent will not have the medium and large companies to grow. And so for us, the message has been delivered. We are important in the value chain. We are taking steps in the value chain. And we will build this continent one step at a time. Thank you very much for being here for the last 2 days.
Thank you so much. I would like to start by saying thank you for believing in us. I think seeing you today is definitely a testament that you do believe that this is possible. In fact, it's already happening. Like I said to people, the party is up. If you have not gotten an invitation, maybe you're in the wrong party. So thanks to everyone who showed up, came all the way, and exchanged and engaged. Thanks to the Lagos State government, the local partners in Nigeria, such as MTN, FCMB banks, CFL, the Suzuki cars, Medica, Accelerate Africa, as well as our media partners, Arise TV, News Centrals, and many other partners who came together to make this a successful engagement. But I would want to call it a successful experience. From Thursday all the way to now, it has been an experience. From the dinner last night with our billionaire chief or chef to this morning and this museum that we experienced, it has been an experience. And I would like us all to remember one thing. We are going to fund Africa. It will happen. In fact, it's already happening. And thank you to every single person of you, because you're making a big difference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Madam President, Madam CEO. Now, everybody stand. Please stand. Only 2 very quick exercises. In the next 30 seconds, you will shake the hand of the person next to you and say, "Congratulations, we made it." Shake to the left, to the right, to the back, to the front. Find a hand to shake. Find a face to smile at and say, "Congratulations, we made it." Ah, Congratulations, we made it. Shake that person's hand. Congratulations, we made it. Congratulations, we made it. 10 more seconds, please. If you haven't taken somebody's hand, has everybody's hands been shooken or shaken? Have you? Now, last assignment. Everybody take out your phone. Please, if you know your phone, the screen is broken, don't bring it out. Take out your phone. Take out your phone. Turn on the camera. It's as simple as this. Are all the phones out? So we're going to do exactly what we did, but this time, take a selfie with the person next to you. All right? Everybody take a selfie. Everybody take a selfie. Everybody take a selfie. The person, the people, take a selfie. This is the moment you will remember for the rest of your life. Take a selfie. Take a selfie. When you post it, it's hashtag ABAN at 10. ABAN AT, the number 10. Take a selfie. Take a selfie. Has everybody been in everybody's selfie? Now, all the ABAN teams step aside this way. Come this way. We're facing this way. Camera crew, this way on the stage. Camera crew, this way on the stage. Camera crew, this way on the stage. Everybody, please face this direction. Face the stage. My people at the front, let's take 2 steps back. Let's take 2 steps back. Are you in the shot? I think so. The instruction is simple. When I count 1, 2, 3, we all say ABAN. Are you with me? Ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready, camera crew, are we ready? Let's go. 1, 2, 3, ABAN. One more to say we made it. ABAN, we made it. Okay. Ready, go. Camera crew, are you ready? 1, 2, 3. ABAN, we made it! Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. We've come to the end of the very first ABAN Congress. A round of applause, a round of applause, a round of applause. Celebration, celebration. Oh, pardon me, ladies and gentlemen, lunch is served. Let's go down to lunch. Let's go back to lunch. Let's go down to lunch. And if you would like to meet the Togolese founders, please, my dears, go down to lunch. The Togolese founders, we are downstairs ready to meet you. Lunch is served. Let's finish this off over a good meal. Lunch is served, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to our entire crew. Thank you to our audiovisual crew. Thank you to our photographers. Thank you to our videographers. Thank you to our graphic designers. Thank you so much to each and every facet. Those of you traveling from the other side of the world, we thank you. Those of you who traveled hours and hours only to get here to support us, we thank you. Those of us who for the first time you are joining us, we thank you. Lunch is served. We can continue our pleasantries downstairs. I tell you. Ladies and gentlemen, take your photos downstairs. Lunch is served, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go to lunch. We made it. Let's have these conversations over lunch. And those of you who would like to take part in any activities going to the market, please see my colleague Nwane. She'll be more than happy to sign you on. Wow, wow, wow. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is served. For those of you traveling tonight, safe journey home. Journey mercies home. And do not forget, you've been part of history. Lunch is served, lunch is served, lunch is served. Thank you for celebrating with us. ABAN at 10. Let's go to lunch, let's go to lunch, let's go to lunch. Thank you all. Lunch is served, ladies and gentlemen. Lunch is served. Thank you so much. Let's go to lunch. Let's continue these festivities over lunch. A big thank you to all our camera crew, our video crew, our audiovisual crew. A big thank you to the J. Randall Center. Thank you all. Let's go to lunch.